Good morning. It is 11:01, and I'll call this meeting of the Board of Regents to order. Chief of Staff Nick Wojcicki, will you please take roll?
Chair Brooks.
Here.
Vice Chair Goodman.
Here. Here.
Regent Ariscata.
Yep.
Regent Batista. Regent Boylan.
Aye.
Regent Breger. Regent Breger.
Here.
Thank you. Regent Brown.
Present.
Regent Carvalho.
Here.
Regent Del Carlo.
Here.
Regent Downs.
Here.
Regent Fernandez. Regent Goycochea.
Here.
Regent McGrath.
Here.
You have a quorum present.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So we're going to do a couple things pretty quickly. In a moment, I'll ask you to please rise for the presentation of colors by cadets from the Battle-Born Youth Challenge Academy. And then please remain standing for our national anthem performed by the Elko High School Choraleers, who are also part of GBC's dual enrollment students. Then after that, we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance led by Phi Theta Kappa VP Valeria Mendoza. And then we'll get into a few other things. So at this time, I would say please rise for the presentation of colors. Thank you.
Ready, face. Ready, step. Place, color. Lost, colors. Ready, cut. Present arms.
O'er the
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Please be seated. So today we pause together with heavy hearts in remembrance of 9/11, 2001, a day of profound national tragedy. On that day, 24 years ago, 3,000 lives were taken by calculated acts of terror. There were individuals who woke up that morning with hope, with plans, and with purpose. And in an instant, everything changed. Their lives were stolen, but their memory lives on in the heart of our nation. As members of the academic and leadership community, we are the stewards of knowledge, but also of memory. It is our responsibility not only to remember the events of that day, but to ensure future generations are taught the significance of 9/11, the cost of hatred, and the power of resilience. We remember the bravery of first responders, firefighters, police officers, and EMTs who ran towards danger with unwavering courage as they showed us what heroism looks like. We also remember the quiet heroes, the strangers who helped each other down stairwells, the passengers on Flight 93 who gave their lives to prevent even greater loss, and the families who have carried grief with dignity and strength. We remember the communities who mourned together and rebuilt together. And we remember that even in the face of unimaginable darkness, our nation found strength in unity and meaning in perseverance. In higher education, we expect professors are teaching critical thinking and ethical leadership. The lessons of 9/11 are not abstract. They are real, lived, and deeply human. They call on us to cultivate empathy, to champion justice, and to confront extremism. Today, let us honor the memory of those not only with silence, but with actions in your classrooms, in our leadership, and in the way we shape the future. May we never forget, and may we continue to rise with purpose. And I'll ask just for a moment of silence at this time in remembrance. Thank you. So those who are able, please rise for a quick prayer. Dear God, please grant solace and peace to those who are still held by physical, emotional, and spiritual distress from the attacks of 9/11. Release them from visions of death and destruction, from guilt or shame, from fear or anger. Bind their wounds with your steadfast love. Lift them on your wings of kindness and grace. Bless those who have found peace. Bless those without tranquility. Bless those who speak. Bless those who stay silent. Bless those who have healed. Bless those who suffer. Bless those who forgive. Bless those who cannot forgive. Blessed are you, our God, source of strength for survivors of violence and tragedy in every land and in every age. And together we say, amen. At this time, we'll take a 5-minute administrative break. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. We'll resume the meeting at this time. And before we start moving on agenda items, I just want to make just a couple of administrative notes. There's a few items that we're going to be moving. And so for today, item number 13 will be moved before item number 10. And tomorrow, we're going to switch items number 23 and 22. And I'll make reference of that at tomorrow's meeting, but I thought since we know today, I'll let you know. Yeah, 22 and 23 are going to switch. Okay. Okay, so we'll move into agenda item number 1, public comment. For those who would like to call in and offer public comment, please dial 669-444-9171 and enter meeting ID 933-5568-7402 and passcode 555-555. Is there any public comment at the Reno System Office?
There's no public comments at this time.
Thank you. Is there any public comment at the System Office in Las Vegas?
We do.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Princesa Tolano, Tolano. I serve as the Season Student Body Vice President at UNLV. Although the credit card fee is not on the agenda, I would like to read a resolution that was passed by the Season Senate on August 11th. Executive Resolution 5501, an act to disapprove the proposed fee assessed on tuition and fee payments made by credit card. Whereas, the consolidated students of the University of Nevada, Las Vegas Season represents all 5,000 plus undergraduate students enrolled at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, Nevada. And whereas the Senate of the Consolidated Students of the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, under the authority of Season Constitution B1 D01, is empowered to enact any legislation that falls under the jurisdiction of Season. And whereas the Season Executive Board, under the authority of Season Bylaws 10402, is empowered to write approval or disapproval of actions and changes affecting students. And whereas Season must actively advocate and represent the needs of all undergraduate students. And whereas the NSHE Chief Financial Officer has proposed, and the Nevada System of Higher Education NSHE Board of Regents are considering to implement the fee assessment on tuition and fee payments made by credit card at 2.95%. And whereas the students at UNLV and other NSHE institutions utilize credit card and debit card to pay for their education. And whereas the proposed fee would disproportionately impact students from lower income households who may not have alternative payment methods available. And whereas NSHE institutions Office of the Registration do not currently have the staffing, infrastructure, or capacity to support the significant influx of students who would otherwise resort to cash or check payments if this fee were implemented, thereby further forcing students to shoulder an additional unnecessary burden. And whereas implementing this fee will require NSHE institutions to invest in additional staffing, infrastructure, and payment processing capacity to accommodate students avoiding credit and debit card fee payments, thereby creating unnecessary costs that would outweigh the projected revenue from the fee. And whereas the adoption of a practice by similar institutions across the country does not mean it is the best practice for the students of
Thank you.
NSHE.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sean Curry. Sean Curry, C-U-R-R-Y, and I represent the Lee Business School in the CSUN Senate, and I chair Ways and Means. I will be continuing the public comment made by Vice President Tolano. The adoption of a practice by similar institutions across the country do not mean it is the best practice for the students of NSHE who have unique, distinct, and varied needs. And whereas the increasing cost of paying tuition via credit card, debit card contradicts NSHE and UNLV's commitment to accessibility, affordability, and higher education, and whereas UNLV is distinct among NSHE institutions in its current financial position, having reported an $80 million student fee balance rollover in FY25, and is actively seeking ways to spend down, making the imposition of an additional credit card payment fee unnecessary and unjustifiable. And therefore, be it resolved that the consolidated students of the University of Nevada, Las Vegas formally disapprove of the proposed 2.95% fee on tuition and fee payments made by credit card. And be it further resolved that CSUN urges the NSHE Board of Regents to reject any proposal that imposes such a fee. And be it further resolved that if NSHE proceeds with an implementation of this fee, students shall be properly notified in advance, and alternative forms of payment shall be made accessible at no cost to students and without use of student fees, including but not limited to on-campus ATMs, and the facilitation of direct deposit, and be it finally resolved that copies of this resolution be posted to the CSUN social media platforms, sent to 25,000 plus undergraduates via the student body president email posted in 3 public areas on the UNLV campus, transmitted to the UNLV president, the UNLV vice president for student affairs, the UNLV's chief financial officer, the NSHE chancellor, and the NSHE CFO, all members of the Board of Regents, and read as a public comment at the September Board of Regents meeting. CSUN has taken a hard stance against raising fees, especially in today's economy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Regents, Chair, Vice Chair, guests. My name is Pierre Rejas, PIO space REJAS, and I currently serve as the Attorney General for CSUN in UNLV. Besides our stance as an entity for the credit card fees, I'm here to ask you to take student voices into account as you discuss the proposed 11 to 12% registration fee increase. This will not be the first time students have suffered this burden. While I was student body president in CSN, this board passed an 11% increase, and just the last fall, another 5% increase for COLA. Each time students were told this adjustment would be enough, yet here we are again. Students understand the need to support faculty and staff with competitive compensation, but it is critical to remember who drives this system: the students. We already contribute a significant share of the system's budget while balancing jobs, tuition, rent, and family obligation. For many, another double-digit increase could be the deciding factor between finishing their degree and dropping out. Before asking students to pay more, NSHE must review its own spending and fight for stronger state investment in higher education. If an increase is absolutely unavoidable, it must be smaller, phased in, and directly tied to improving the student experience. We want NSHE to remain affordable, accessible, and equitable. Every decision you make here shapes whether higher education in Nevada stays within reach for the very people it is meant to serve. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
We
you. It
have
looks like
another
that
public
concludes.
comment coming.
Oh,
No, it does not. Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Bella Habschman. I am a CSUN Senator for UNLV's College of Liberal Arts. I am speaking on agenda item 11 today. Please consider student voices in the prospect of increasing student registration fees for four-year universities by 11 to 12% and for two-year colleges by 4 to 6%. These percentages are, for many, the difference between getting a higher education and not getting one. While I understand the need to cover the costs of operation and improvement, a fee increase on all students, especially an increase this large, will be a significant barrier to higher education. The increased cost of operation, the overall increased cost of living, which weighs heavier on some students more than others, and losses in revenue call for university leadership to make any registration fee increases as low as possible, which requires honing in on fiscal responsibility, especially opting to fund integral structures like mental health services, advising, and staff, rather than loftier multi-million-dollar projects that cannot be defined as essential. Thank you.
Thank you. We have more comment.
Do I press this? Okay. Good morning, Regents, guests, and members of the public. My name is Riley Brooks, Brooks, and I am a student at UNLV, as well as one of the Lee Business School senators within CSUN and the Internal Affairs Chair. I'm here this morning to ask you to keep in mind the students at UNLV while discussing the proposed 11 to 12% registration fee increase. While we understand that NSHE has a budget gap, expecting students to carry that weight in these already financially stressful times is not good for our students, our institution, or NSHE as a whole. Even within the first several weeks since the semester began, I have heard frustration from students regarding previous fee increases, and I have certainly felt it myself. While necessary to retain good pay for employees, we must remember who this system serves: students. Students at UNLV are some of the most diverse in the nation, and we attend school while working, paying rent, and supporting our families. For many, a double-digit increase will be the difference for some between attending this institution or not. Before raising fees, NSHE must look at its own spending and fight for more state funding. If there is an increase, it should be smaller, phased in over time, and the money should directly support our education. We want NSHE to stay affordable and accessible for all students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Regents and guests. For the record, my name is Charlotte Cameron, CHARLETTE space CAMERON, and I'm a student at UNLV and also serve as a senator for the Lee Business School. I want to speak to you today not just as a student, but as someone who comes from a lower income background and relies heavily on scholarships to afford college. When I hear about an 11 to 12% registration fee increase, I think about what that really means for students like me. We know NSHE is facing a budget gap, but it's not fair to put that weight entirely on students. Just last fall, fees went up 5% for the College of Liberal Arts, and we were told that increase would be enough to make the necessary adjustments. Now, being asked to pay even more feels like we're constantly being asked to stretch further when so many of us already live on tight budgets. Yes, it's important that employees are compensated fairly, but we can't lose sight of who drives the system: the students. Their voices, needs, and experiences shape the direction and purpose of everything we do. We already pay a large share of the budget while juggling work, rent, and family and responsibilities. For some of us, another big increase isn't just a financial setback. It could mean losing scholarships, taking on more debt, or even having to walk away from our education. Before raising fees again, NSHE should review its own spending and push harder for state funding. And if an increase really must happen, it should be smaller, phased in, and directly tied to improving our education. I want to be able to tell future students that UNLV and NSHE as a whole is a place where higher education is affordable and accessible no matter what your background is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Chair, Vice Chair, and Regents. For the record, my name is Lahana Pierce, spelled P-E-A-R-C-E, and I'm the proud student body president at Nevada State University and also serve as Vice Chair of the Nevada Student Alliance. As a current senior who has attended Nevada State for all 4 years, I know firsthand how critical affordability is to ensuring students across NSHE can complete their degrees. That is why I'm speaking on items 10 and 11, because each of these directly impacts the affordability and accessibility that all Nevada students depend on. In item 10, the funding adequacy and equity study highlights that Nevada's tuition and fees are lower than many other states. While true, using this to justify raising costs overlooks that affordability is a core reason many Nevada students pursue higher education. Item 11 is especially concerning. Covering the state funding gaps would require an 11 to 12% tuition increase at four-year schools and a 46% increase at community colleges. At Nevada State, where the mission is to provide affordable education to first-generation, working, and diverse students, this increase would be especially harmful. For community college students balancing school, work, and family, it would be even less attainable. Predictable pricing is important, but predictability loses meaning if what students are asked to predict is that their education will become too expensive to finish. I urge you to consider how these items shape the future of higher education affordability in Nevada. Any tuition or fee increase must center the students most at risk of being priced out, especially at Nevada State and our community colleges, whose missions are rooted in access and affordability. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, Chancellor McNair, and Regents. For the record, my name is Stephanie Flores. I am a history pre-law major at Nevada State University, and I serve as the Attorney General for Nevada State Student Alliance. On agenda items 10 and 11, I want to express my concern about raising costs for students. Even small increases create real barriers for students who are already working hard to balance school, jobs, and personal responsibilities. The choice to attend college is difficult enough, and the idea of paying more each year makes many students question if they can stay enrolled. If Nevada is serious about keeping higher education accessible, we cannot continue asking students to carry this financial burden. I urge the Regents to preserve affordability and protect access to opportunity for every student. Thank you for your time and your continued commitment to Nevada State University and its students.
Thank you.
Good morning again, Regents. My name is Dylan Hinton, Hinton. And I wanted to thank you all for your attention last week when I spoke about systemic discrimination and corruption within our system. While there were many good questions asked, I wanted to touch upon one of the largest ones, which is when these systems fail, where are these people going? A very natural question, especially when their numbers are so high. The answer to this is that they are going to many community leaders, peers, friends, news outlets, and those they trust within faculty and staff. To illustrate this, take the case of Vanessa Smith and Heather Allison. In 1995, Vanessa and Heather were sexually harassed by Eric Tolliver, the former Title IX compliance director at UNLV. Vanessa stated that he made these advances while he held a supervisory position over her. And all the while, she was a freshman and the other was a junior. She attempted to go through and file the report, but it was dismissed. Vanessa stated that she was young, it was very subtle, it never felt forced. It was uncomfortable for sure, because it happened so often. She felt that so many times about calling the newspapers, calling an attorney, or anyone who could affect change at the university. She had filed a complaint, was dismissed, so she didn't feel like anything would happen. Heather stated that she wanted to come forward, but felt nobody would believe her because Eric was so credible. She let go. 18 years later, he resigned due to an overwhelming amount of complaints of sexual harassment over the same period of time. This is one of the many cases survivors, student leaders, and our faculty and staff members have spoken to me about over the last 8 months, all across our system. They are harrowing and require our immediate attention. I urge you all to second that Regent Boylan's motion to hold an informational hearing on this issue, so I may speak further than 2 minutes, because this requires our immediate attention. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all the public comment here in Las Vegas.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Then we'll move, actually, is there any public comment here at GBC? We'll start with public comment here. Thank you.
My name is Dr. Stacy Warner, for the record, and I'm the Dean of Health Sciences and Behavioral Health at Great Basin College. On behalf of the Health Sciences and Behavioral Health faculty and staff and myself, I am speaking to agenda item number 2 in support of appointing Dr. Amber Dinelli as Great Basin College's permanent president. I have worked for GBC for the past 12 years as a nursing professor, with the majority of that time spent as a nursing professor under the direct leadership of Dr. Dinelli. Over that time, I watched her lead our division, expanding access to students by securing funding, adding additional programming, and expanding existing programming to our additional 3 rural campuses and beyond. Dr. Dinelli is driven, innovative, and committed to excellence, which is why when my health science colleagues and I found ourselves in a meeting with the former chancellor regarding our opinions for the direction and future of GBC, we endorsed Dr. Dinelli to become our interim president. Now, a year later, we think you can see her accomplishments and what she has done and will continue to do to move our institution forward. We believe she has created a culture of inclusivity, change, and empowerment that inspires those around her. What you can't always see is that she cares about her students, faculty, and staff deeply. A small example of this is when this July, Dr. Dinelli ran into a lost student, and she personally walked them over to the health sciences building to schedule an appointment with a nursing advisor, and then back over to the financial aid office. She wants our students to have the best experiences at GBC while they strive to reach their goals. Dr. Dinelli also knows her faculty and staff personally by name, and I'm not talking about just those within the administration, but everyone here at GBC. And if she happens to forget somebody's name, she will ask them to remind her what their name is and what they do at our college. She always has and will continue to support our students, faculty, and staff. Dr. Dinelli is what we have needed to lead Great Basin College and what we continue to need at our institution to move us forward. And we hope that you appoint her as the permanent president of Great Basin College. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Joyce Hellens, President Emeritus, Great Basin College. Welcome, Chair Brooks, Regents, colleague presidents, Chancellor McNair, to Elko and to Great Basin College, a very special place that serves over 86,000 square miles of Greater Nevada. And no one knows more about Greater Nevada, except maybe Senator Gogochia, than your interim president, Dr. Amber Dinelli. Born and raised here, a graduate of this college, first generation, she knows the communities we serve from Pahrump to Winnemucca to Ely to Elko intimately. She understands the students, she understands the people, she understands the industries. And every place she has served within this college and system, she has done so with success and excellence. You know, she's just as much at home meeting with the CEO of Nevada Gold Mines as she is on her dad's ranch when she roundup time and she has to brand cattle, something you also know about, Senator Gogochia. I think you would agree that there's no better fit for president of Great Basin College than Dr. Amber Dinelli, and I hope you'll agree with me it's time to take the interim status off so she could lead Great Basin College into the future with excellence as permanent president. Thank you.
Greetings, Regents and college presidents. For the record, I am a student, Valeria Mendoza. I am a human services major at Great Basin College, and I am also a proud member of the Beta Beta Epsilon Honor Society of Phi Theta Kappa. This year, I am serving as the vice president of our esteemed honor society. As a representative for PTK and all students at GBC, we endorse Dr. Amber Dinelli as the official president of Great Basin College. Within 1 year, Dr. Dinelli has brought GBC to life. Our online classes are thriving and students are returning to live classes at all sites. The newly refurbished Elko Campus Learning Commons is a result of Dr. Dinelli's vision to offer students a state-of-the-art learning environment where they can gather, learn, and flourish. In the spring of 2025, our Phi Theta Kappa delegation attended the International Catalyst Conference in Kansas City, Missouri. We nominated Dr. Dinelli for the Paragon Award for Outstanding New College Presidents. Dr. Dinelli traveled to Kansas City and proudly accepted the award. Most presidents leave the conference early. However, Dr. Dinelli stayed for the Hallmark Awards on the final night of the conference. In front of administrators, advisors, and 3,500 students, Dr. Dinelli walked onto the stage with our PTK delegation to accept the first place International Distinguished College Project Award for Laptops for Learners. Because of Dr. Dinelli's support, GBC now has a robust checkout system for students. Additionally, Dr. Dinelli approached the stage a second time to accept Beta Beta Epsilon's award for placing in the top 20 most distinguished chapters out of 1,300 chapters. Dr. Dinelli's accomplishments are vast and powerful. She is the leader we hope for and the leader who will enable students to prosper and succeed. Dr. Dinelli is the one. We believe she will continue to transform lives through education for years to come.
Good morning. My name is John Carr. I'm the chairman of the Elko County Commission. Extremely brief history of myself. I moved here when I was 9 months old back in 1974. My mother took a job at a place called NNCC. Maybe you guys have heard of it, in Elko, Nevada. She was a librarian here. Needless to say, I grew up on this campus. I've seen it grow. Everything that this place has expanded to, I've been part of. One of the things that hasn't been brought up is the leaders on this campus were also community leaders in Elko and the rurals. Their influence was incredible. They're truly what we'd call a community leader. Well, for a while, after different changes in leadership, after Bill Berg, Ron Remington, all those great names that were part of the community, that influence started trailing off. And then we hit COVID, and this place, like everything else, closed down. But this place especially became more of a community talk of, is it even open? Are they still running? What's going on? And wow, what a whirlwind. Dr. Dinelli has made that right front and center. It's now conversation pieces again. The community is excited, vibrant. They're up here to see this wonderful, beautiful campus, which I'm very thankful you guys are as well, to see this place and what a fantastic campus. I wish it looked this way around the year, but obviously winter, it's not as beautiful as it is now. But anyway, my point being is Dr. Dinelli has brought back that influence as a community leader, not just a great leader on this campus and the rurals surrounding it. So thank you, and I plead with you to change your title, make it permanent. Thank you as well, and thank you. Safe travels back.
Good morning, Regents, Chancellors, and Presidents. My name's Delmo Andriozzi. I'm a lifelong resident of Elko, Nevada, proud resident. I'm also a county commissioner. I'm in my third term. And on behalf of the 54,000 residents of Elko County, I want to welcome you all back to our campus here in Elko. And thank you for being here today on behalf of all of us. It is a beautiful campus, but I'm here to talk about my friend and a colleague, Dr. Amber Dinelli. I'm a politician, so I might go longer than 2 minutes. I don't know, but I'll try to keep it brief. I could go on and on and on about her. I worked with her. I worked with her on the hospital board, worked closely with her during the COVID-19 pandemic. There was a lot of great things that we worked on together. But suffice it to say, all of those strengths and attributes that make a wonderful president, she has my full faith, my full support, and my full confidence to lead this college forward. So my friends, again, thank you for being here. And if it were up to me, and I wish it was, I would select her today. Thank you again for being here at Elko, and safe travels on your way back. Thank you very much.
Good morning. I'm Yvonne Nangayan, and I'll spell that for you because it's very long. Naungayan. I'm the instructional designer here at Great Basin College. Also have lived in Elko County since I was about 2 weeks old. Went to school with Delmo, was in Coraliers with Delmo. And by the way, just wanted to commend the Coraliers for doing an awesome job as well. I would like to, first of all, thank you, the Board of Regents, for appointing Dr. Dinelli as our interim president here at Great Basin College. And I would also like to thank Dr. Dinelli for visible, felt leadership, authentic leadership, and most of all, for truly caring about the students, faculty, and staff of Great Basin College and the communities that we serve. Thank you, Member. Thank you.
Good morning, Regents, Chancellor McNair, and Presidents. My name is John Rice. I'm a professor of fine arts and humanities here at Great Basin College. I'm in my 30th year of service to Great Basin College in the Nevada System of Higher Education. Worked here over 2 centuries and 2 millennia. And I am happy to be able to speak on behalf of the appointment of Amber Dinelli as the permanent president of Great Basin College. In my opinion, she is the very best president this institution has seen this century. Amber comes with great bona fides. She is someone who can build very strong programs, you've seen. She raises money, and I think most importantly, people who come to work for Amber stay with her. The retention of her employees is as high as anybody I've ever seen, and I think that is extremely important in a leader. Amber has brought joy back to this campus, and I am so thrilled to give her my endorsement, and I urge you to vote as well. Thank you.
Hello, good morning, Regents, Chancellor, and Presidents. My name is Kelechi Odunze, and I am the CSUN Student Body President. I'm here to respectfully ask that although item 11 is listed as information only, the board carefully consider the proposed registration fee increase at 11 to 12%, and instead think of a smaller phased-in adjustment. Students recognize that NSHE faces a real budget gap, but we should not be expected to carry the burden alone. First, I want it to be acknowledged that students are already significant financial partners in this system. In December of 2023, the board approved a 5% increase on students for COLA that NSA supported, with the thought that there would not be an additional future fee on the same subject only 2 years later. Furthermore, in FY24, according to applied analysis, student fees and tuition accounted for 19.3% of NSHE's annual budget. This is a substantial contribution in and of itself. Not only that, most students at NSHE institutions are working full-time, they're paying taxes, and contributing to Nevada's economy. In other words, students are already carrying a large share of the cost of their own education. Second, while Nevada's tuition may sit well below the WSHE average, affordability is local. Many students' only option for higher education is NSHE because of its affordability. The record enrollments at UNLV further highlights this. Students are not comparing their tuition to other states. They're comparing it to the tuition bill on their paycheck, their rent and grocery costs here in Nevada. Many students are supporting families or taking on debt to stay enrolled. Third, we believe NSHE must look inward before asking students to pay more. NSHE must demonstrate that every possible step has been taken to cut inefficiencies and protect educational spending. Fourth, it's important to note the source of this gap. These were board and state decisions. Students did not create this budget hole, and we should not be asked to fill it alone. NSHE should advocate for more recurring state support and donor support rather than shifting the cost onto students. If a fee increase is truly unavoidable, please consider a small increase such as 3 to 4%, phase it in over 3 to 4 years to allow students time to plan. And we are proud to be part of NSHE, and we want it to remain affordable and accessible for us and for those who come after. Thank you for your time.
Good morning, Regents, and all of our members of the public joining us today. My name is Devin Lopez, LOPEZ, and I am the Student Body President for Graduate Professional Students at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. I would like to provide public comment in my capacity as a Student Body President, and first and foremost, graduate assistants at UNLV have and continue to face major challenges. GAs carry out much of the university's labor, teaching a plethora of 100 and 200 level courses, but with pay that is below the national average and hard to live on in an increasingly more expensive city. These concerns have been raised through students wishing to unionize, and while we appreciate the small increase adopted by the state legislature in the previous cycle to our stipends, the increased cost of living in a failing economy has all but erased any comfortability provided by these stipend increases. A graduate student worker union will provide my constituents with the appropriate compensation they deserve for their work and provide our GAs with the resources they need to do their jobs effectively, both in the lab and the classroom. To reiterate the resolution adopted by my council this past May, the GPSA supports the efforts of graduate assistance workers to organize and unionize with the Nevada Graduate Student Workers United Auto Workers among their workplace and to work towards collective bargaining rights and responsibilities. On this point, graduate students and our academic advisors alike are disheartened by the attempt to curtail any collective bargaining units across the state's higher education system. The proposed revisions in item 26 will not only create significant temporal delays in the actualization of a collective bargaining agreement, but is also plagued by hypocritical logic. We have heard for a while that the universities and community colleges will need to increase their student registration fees by up to 11% to make up for a lack of state funding. However, we are now suddenly being told that the state legislature is required to approve any collective bargaining agreement that includes funding for items above $2,000. In a lab or academic department, this constraint is very easy to trigger. Why, when we are already in a strained relationship with the state legislature, should we require the approval for CBAs? Their approval for CBAs. This contradicts the logic of the 11% student fee increase, and this lack of consistency in messaging is clear to UNLV's graduate and professional students. At a time of extreme federal uncertainty in education policy and funding, I urge the board to keep us steady and reinforce students and faculty from the ground up, not top down through a vague concern with some other items with the post-tenure review process with professional conduct. I hope that the board will take these anxieties into consideration, and I thank you for your time.
Good morning, Regents. I am Ethan McNamara, MCNA, MA, RA, for the record, the Vice President of the Associated Students of the University of Nevada. I'm excited to introduce Isabel Hatch, who's being considered for appointment to the Task Force on Power-Based Violence. Isabel is currently a sophomore at the University of Nevada, Reno, and is actively involved in several public service-oriented campus organizations. As the Assistant Director of ASUN's Department of Government Affairs, Isabel is deeply committed to engaging the student body. With advocacy as a core pillar of the department, she has provided public comment on behalf of our entire student population this past Nevada legislative session. In her efforts to bring student voices to the table, Isabel has continued meaningful outreach on campus through tabling, event planning, and volunteering with external organizations. Isabel also actively serves as a member of the Nevada Cares Pactivist Peer Program, which aims to empower our campus community by providing educational resources on violence prevention, effective bystander intervention, and sexual violence awareness. This program supports our institutions by eliminating barriers and fostering an equitable campus environment. Nevada Cares is a prevention-focused initiative centered on outreach, training, and education. Isabel's involvement in Nevada Cares demonstrates her strong potential to be an effective member of the task force and highlights her broad knowledge across the NSHE system. With a strong track record of promoting equal rights access across various communities in Nevada, Isabel is a dedicated advocate for public service. She has consistently faced and overcome adversity while working to empower local communities throughout our state. Thank you, and go Pack.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Regents, Mr. Chancellor, and guests. I'm Caroline McIntosh from Ely. First of all, I want to wish our Regent Pete G. a belated happy birthday. He's been hanging around White Pine County, I think since he graduated from White Pine High School. So thank you for your service. I am a member of the Institutional Advisory Council and the Foundation for Great Basin College. Dave Roden from Winnemucca and I have been hanging around this place since the 90s when it was NNCC, and we're just so happy to be continuing to see the growth at Great Basin College. I'm in full support of Dr. Dinelli being named permanent president of GBC. Dr. Dinelli was making magic at GBC before she was appointed president. Years ago in Ely, we had a local industry meeting hosted by GBC. We needed to really ascertain what the educational needs were for the industries. That's what GBC does, is they go to each community and find out what really those communities need. So the two priorities were diesel technology and a nursing program. Then the magic happened. We really didn't have the money, we really didn't have the space, we really didn't have anything but a desire. But the magician found partners with William B. Ryrie Hospital and the Office of Science, Innovation, and Technology, and we have a nursing program. So the magic has been happening all along. And thanks to the Career and Technical Department at Great Basin College, we have a diesel tech program. They answer local industry needs. I just want to say now that Dr. Donnelly is as president, and we hope permanent president, she continues to make magic. The excitement at the Ely campus is palpable. We are absolutely thrilled with the programs, with the instructors, and we want her to continue to make magic throughout the service area. I certainly hope you will consider that agenda item in making her our permanent president. Thank you again.
Good morning, Regents, Chancellor, guests, staff. My name is Dave Sexton, SEXTON, past Faculty Senate Chair and a professor here at Great Basin College. A year ago, the Faculty Senate, Classified Staff Senate, sent a letter to you asking and recommending that Dr. Donnelly be appointed interim president for our campus. I'd like you to acknowledge the sea of green behind me along the wall and acknowledge the support that Dr. Donnelly still has and has earned and grown the support among the staff and the faculty of Great Basin College. And we all hope that you react favorably to her appointment today. Thank you.
Hello, Board of Regents. My name is Storm Rain, and I come to you simply as a concerned student. The agenda item number 11, it proposes a lot of serious questions that I've discussed amongst my friends personally here at the college who are already struggling heavily trying to pay rent or tuition and are still struggling so much. So even just a little increase in fees is a damning thing for many of our students here at GBC. I can't express to you how intuitive that it is that our job here as educators is to increase the opportunities, not limit them from our students. Our job here is transforming lives through education. And following along those same lines, I just want to say that we've never seen a president, such as President Donnelly, show such grand support. It's clear to me that she is a person who loves this job, who cares about. I've never seen a person, usually we've never ever seen the president of college. No, she's out here, she's talking to us. She has made connections with several students amongst the entirety of GBC, whether it's down in Pahrump or Winnemucca, but she actively comes and engages with her students here. And I just think that somebody like that deserves the spot, and it will lead GBC and our students to greater heights that we've never seen before.
Good morning, my name is Matt Peterson. I'm the Elko County Fire Chief. That's P-E-T-E-R-S-E-N. I'm not the son of Peter. I'm here to speak on behalf of Dr. Donnelly and her dedication to rural Nevada and public education. Without invested community members like Amber, our public safety agencies, fire, EMS, nursing, our technical education programs in the mines would struggle. It makes me very proud to have a fellow Elko person that is so dedicated to not only Elko, but all of rural Nevada and the Great Basin. Also, it's pretty great to see the Board of Regents have a meeting here and see such, former governors, senators, assembly members, and other elected officials so invested in Nevada. I appreciate your time, and I look forward to your confirmation of Dr. Donnelly.
Good morning, Regents, Chancellor. I'm here for a few things, actually.
First of all, I came to see each of you as my former regents that I got to serve with and had a blast doing that. It makes me very aware of your job, and I know that you have some easy decisions, some hard decisions. And so I want to thank you for your service, first and foremost. I also want to recognize extending my sympathies to the CSN community. Dr. Mike Richards was one of the first presidents I got to work with as a regent. So I know that's a tremendous loss to the NSHE family. And then last but not least, it is my great honor to recognize my dear friend, Dr. Amber Dinelli. She has served our community through all the ways that you've heard about. I won't reiterate those, but I will say that I really look forward to the word interim being removed from her title. And she has my full support, and I still volunteer at GBC very proudly. Thank you for your consideration.
Good morning. For the record, I'm Dr. Christopher Salute, Center Director of the Pahrump Valley Center campus. I'm from New York and had a lot of coffee, so I'm going to slow this down as much as I can. But I also know that these meetings go long. I didn't realize that, forgive me, this is my first Board of Regents meeting up north, thanks to President Dinelli for inviting me formally, that the vote to convert her from interim to permanent wasn't just a formality. Because if you had worked for President Dinelli for no longer than a minute, you would realize how incredibly caring she is. We have seen such a transformation over the past year to year and a half that it's entirely unprecedented. And that's why I didn't prepare a formal speech. I'm reading off of my phone. The reason I'm here is to just completely and utterly agree with all of the folks who have been here today. And you've heard a lot of folks speaking from Ely, Winnemucca, and Elko, but I don't know if you've heard anybody speak from Southern Nevada. We down here in Pahrump have had several visits from President Dinelli, several phone calls, one-on-one meetings with all of our staff just this week, touting our janitorial staff and our maintenance staff for caring so much about our students after providing several $100,000 of new furniture to our campus, which we're really, really excited about. So I know these meetings go incredibly long. I don't want to take up too much of your time. The support that we've seen in Pahrump is astronomical, completely unmatched by anything I've ever seen in my 15 years as an academic administrator by a president. So I just wanted to make sure that we added some support from Southern Nevada. Thank you.
Thank you. SES, is there any public comment on the phone?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have one caller. Caller with the phone number ending in 4100. Please press *6 to unmute. State and spell your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board.
Good morning, Regents and Chancellor. My name is Jason Farnsworth, Farnsworth. I'm a resident of Sparks, Nevada, Director of the Respiratory Therapy Programs at Renown Health, sitting member of the Board of Medical Examiners, and Program Director for the Respiratory Therapy School at Great Basin College. I'm calling to humbly offer my wholehearted support for Dr. Amber Dinelli's appointment as the President of Great Basin College. Her innovative leadership in the rural markets has significantly advanced the delivery of higher education, not only for the respiratory therapy discipline, but also across a broad spectrum of educational environments. She leads Great Basin College with passion, a student-centered mindset, and a laser focus on supporting the rural communities in which she serves. Dr. Dinelli is deeply committed to advancing rural healthcare and has demonstrated innovative leadership in this space over and over again. Dr. Dinelli is the right person to lead Great Basin College and advance rural healthcare in the state of Nevada. Thank you for this opportunity to share my comments.
That's all the callers we have at this time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. And with that, we'll move right into agenda item number 2. This is the appointment of Dr. Amber Denali as president of GBC with the new employment agreement. And I'll ask Chancellor Matt McNair to make some initial remarks.
Thank you, Chair Brooks, Vice Chair Goodman, Regents. It's my great pleasure on a proud day for Elko, excuse me, and in front of Interim President Denelli's father on his birthday, to recommend that you forego a national search and appoint Interim Great Basin College President Amber Denelli as President of Great Basin College, and approve the employment agreement for a 4-year term consistent with the details in your materials. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chancellor. What I'd like to do at this time is call on some of the major constituencies from GBC. I would please ask that the Faculty Senate Chair come forward for remarks.
Good morning, Chair, Regents, and Chancellor. For the record, I'm Oscar Sita, Professor of Great Basin College, Director of the Human Services and Substance Abuse Addiction Counseling Programs. And I'd like to recommend the approval of the appointment of Dr. Denali to permanent president. Since becoming interim president, she's reinforced support for faculty. She's cultivated a culture of accountability and cooperation. The faculty feels heard. She helps to remove obstacles and provide opportunities so we can focus on the job of teaching, mentoring, and serving the students. She's also championed new initiatives, including the legislative priorities like SB 165 to make sure GBC's programs are aligned with Nevada's urgent behavioral health workforce needs. Under her leadership, GBC has expanded opportunities for students from counseling and health sciences to nationally recognized technical programs and strengthened our partnership with communities and employers. She is the best possible person for this job, and it's a tough job, and I know she loves it. So with that, President Denelli has demonstrated her integrity, a vision for the college, and she takes action. The faculty and staff are grateful for her leadership, and it is an honor to work with and for her. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. At this time, I'd like to call up the Classified Council Chair for remarks.
Good afternoon, Chair, Regents, fellow attendees. My name is Erendira Monroy Andrade, and I'm the current chair for the Classified Council here at Great Basin College. On behalf of the classified staff, we support the appointment of our interim president, Denelli, to stay on as permanent president at Great Basin College. President Denelli has consistently shown that she is not only passionate about education and our students, but also deeply committed to the well-being of our entire college community across Nevada. Her approachable and personable leadership style has made her accessible to students, staff, and faculty alike, and she genuinely listens to the input of those around her. It is clear that she cares about the people who make this college what it is, and her vision reflects a strong dedication to growth, inclusion, and excellence. We would love to have her continue leading us into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to call up the student body president of GBC.
Hi there. I just want to say thank you to Chair Brooks, the Regents, and the Chancellor for allowing us the opportunity to speak on this agenda item. While I haven't worked with Dr. Denelli for very long, I have nothing but positive things to say about her. One of the main traits of GBC is that we serve a wide array of students throughout the state of Nevada. So we definitely take notice and heavily appreciate that Dr. Denelli takes time out of her day and her busy schedule to come down to each of our campuses from Winnemucca to Pahrump, Ely, and to Elko to talk to our students. And not just talk, but she tries her best to truly know the students' story and their challenges. So with that, it is my honor as SGA president to give my full support of the appointment of Dr. Amber Denelli as the permanent president for GBC, and I look forward to working and collaborating with her for the betterment of all GBC students.
Thank you, President. I'd like to call on the Foundation Chair for remarks.
Good afternoon. For the record, I'm Dr. Robert Colon, C-O-L-O-N, President of the Great Basin College Foundation. And on behalf of the foundation, I would like to express our support for Dr. Dinelli's appointment as permanent president of Great Basin College. I've personally known Dr. Dinelli for many years, having served together on the board of directors of Vitality Center, a local substance abuse and rehabilitation facility. In the past year, when participating in foundation meetings, she is actively engaged and kept us apprised of multiple ongoing projects throughout GBC's service area. I would like to emphasize that as a faculty member and eventually as the director of nursing, the nursing program, she showed her ability to work well with other college departments, the medical field, the Nevada Mining Association, and the community at large. Having lived in Elko for many years, she is very familiar with the needs of the community at large. Businesses that are in Nevada, the rural business in Nevada, are very, very unique. Because of her successful interactions with the faculty, she will have an immediate, have their immediate support. Again, thank you very much for allowing me to express our endorsement of Dr. Dinelli. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And lastly, I'd like to ask the IAC Chair for any remarks.
Good morning, Regents, Chair, and my constituents. I am Terry Clark. I'm the chair of the Interinstitutional Advisory Council for Great Basin College, and it is my pleasure to speak on behalf of Dr. Dinelli's appointment. I also was asked to bring the endorsement of our hospital CEO, Steve Simpson, who could not be here for public comment. While I recognize and am extremely appreciative of all of Dr. Dinelli's accomplishments, I would like to not just speak about what she's done, but to speak about what she can accomplish. Dr. Dinelli is a visionary. All of you have probably seen that and seen her in action. But what you may not as readily acknowledge or realize is how she develops that quality in others. For example, when I had an opportunity, and I guess I'd call it a problem of being able to staff clinics across the northern half of the state because our support staff was so low, I came to Dr. Dinelli with a challenge. She added to, my vision was for us to have a homegrown program, or at least my dream was. Dr. Dinelli added direction, she added insight. We came up with a plan, she evaluated, we met, we came back at it, assessed, designed, developed, and went at it again over and over again. It is those attributes that add to the vision or the dream that made it a reality. And now you have the MAPE program. But what that does, it was not only fulfilling that initial vision of hers to provide an educational opportunity and program in our region, but it allows me to fulfill additional visions and additional goals at the hospital, as I am director of ancillary and medical group services and I'm trying to expand. I now have resources and infrastructure. See, it's Dr. Dinelli's ability to inspire and to lead and to direct and support that allows each of us to do the same. And that has a multiplier effect, and that has developed a growth mindset in our community. I have to tell you that of all the things that I am the most excited about, it is to watch what comes next as we all realize that we have opportunity and capacity when we couple ourselves with Dr. Dinelli's leadership. And it is a gift that she shares willingly, and each of us are grateful recipients. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. At this time, I'd like to ask for a motion to appoint Dr. Amber Denali as president of GBC, and that motion would also include approving her new employment contract. The motion language should include foregoing a national search and appoint current GBC interim president Amber Denali to serve as president of GBC, and approve the proposed employment agreement.
Mr. Chair, Regent Goicoechea, for the record, I move that we forego the national search and appoint President Amber Denali and approve a new employment contract.
Thank you, Regent Goicoechea. Is there a second to the motion?
I'm Regent Del Carlo. I'd like to second that motion wholeheartedly.
Thank you, Regent Del Carlo. At this time, I'll call for if there's any discussion, I'll call for a roll call vote.
I think it's, oh, thank you, Regent Brooks. You looked at me, but you didn't say anything. But
I
it's
wasn't
just,
sure if you were going to speak. Go ahead.
yes, it's my great pleasure, Regent Del Carlo here, to give the second and to, I'm so glad it turned out the way it did. And I know you were disappointed when we didn't have a special meeting in July, but look how it turned out. And this is how it was meant to turn out. You've got a wall of green, as someone said. You've got everybody that's ever known you. It's your dad's birthday, and where's your dad? Where is he? Is he back there? Okay, I saw his hat. Yeah. And I can't say it any better. I highlighted some of the things people said. You brought GBC to life. You're a whirlwind. You're authentic leadership, and you truly care. You brought joy back to the campus. You're approachable. You genuinely listen. Voices are heard, and you're a visionary. And I loved how she said, and you develop that quality in others. I mean, we could go on and spend the day here, but I am so proud that you're going to be the permanent chancellor of GBC, and I'm sorry, president of GBC. And as I've said before, this is the best and the most important job that we do as regents, and we've picked the finest person we could have. So, my full support.
Regent Brown?
I don't want to belabor this. I do just want to echo, and I do think it's so special that we saw such a outpour from the community, faculty, staff, students. I think you're wonderful. I think the system knows you're wonderful, and it's really exciting that we get to make you permanent today. So, thank you.
Thank you. If there's no further discussion, I'll ask our Chief. Okay. Go ahead, Regent.
Sorry to belabor this, but I do want to say that I first met you at the graduation in 2023, I believe it was, and you were very welcoming and accommodating, and I just knew you had the energy to advance to this level. So I appreciate all you've done for this institution. This is partially my service area as well. So I'm really glad with what you're doing for all the people in the area. Thank you.
I'm going to try one more time to get over to this roll call vote.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Regent Fernandez is on Zoom and would like to make a comment.
Thank you. Regent Fernandez?
I would also like to apologize for belaboring this. I just knew how important it was for me to be present. There's a whole day event that I'm part of, but I think most important is to really acknowledge what everyone has already said today, how amazing President Dinelli has been, and even my short time as a regent, always being so accessible for the whole community. And we really are talking about the whole community within the state of Nevada. And so though today's been a crazy day, do my professional business that I had to handle today, I did want to make sure that I was on to give this a special shout out and my full support for President Nelly. So thank you for the leadership, and thank you, Chair, for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Regent. I think we might be ready for a roll call vote, so I'll turn this over to Chief of Staff Nick Lajewski for the vote.
Vice Chair Goodman.
An enthusiastic yes.
Regent McGrath.
Yes.
Regent Ariscata.
Elko Pride, yes.
Regent Batista.
Yes.
Regent Boylan.
Aye.
Regent Brager.
Yes.
Chair Brooks.
Yes.
Regent Brown.
Yes.
Regent Carvalho.
Fully supportive, yes.
Regent Del Carlo.
Wholeheartedly yes.
Regent Downs.
Yes.
Regent Fernandez.
Yes.
And Regent Goycochea.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Chief of Staff. President Denali, the floor is yours.
Well, it's been a year. First, I'd just like to, for the record, official record, Dr. Amber Dinelli, President of Great Basin College. Before I begin, I want to pause and recognize the weight of today. We gather in a world that is heavy with remembrance and sorrow. September 11th will always be a day etched in our nation's heart, and yesterday's tragic shootings reminds us how fragile life really is. So, before we celebrate this moment together, I would ask all of my colleagues, faculty, students, community members, and my family to join me in one simple request. Offer an act of kindness today. It could be as small as a smile, a warm handshake, a word of encouragement, or even a hug. Because while we cannot ease the pain of the world, we can honor it by choosing compassion. And in this moment, here, we have a chance to come together in kindness. I stand before you today with deep gratitude and an overwhelming sense of honor at being named the permanent president at Great Basin College. This is not just a personal milestone. It is a shared moment for all of those who believe in our mission of transforming lives through education. And before you leave here, you will have that etched in your memory. I want to first thank the Board of Regents for their trust and their confidence, Chancellor McNair, and my fellow colleagues across the system for all of the support I've received this past year. To our faculty and staff and students, this appointment reflects your work, your commitment, and your belief in the transformative power of this institution. My journey began at Great Basin College, first as a student, then as a nurse and an educator, and later as a dean, an assistant vice president, and now as your president. Those experiences have shaped not only my career, but also my calling, to ensure that Great Basin College remains a place where opportunity is within reach for every student, no matter their background or where they call home. And I suppose it's only fair to say that after being a nurse, where saving lives before breakfast was just another Tuesday, stepping into a presidency seems like a natural next step. At least here, most of the emergencies come with a meeting agenda attached. This moment is not about one person. It's about all of us, and you've seen that today with all the support that I have from my faculty and staff. Our success as a college comes from people that make up our community, our students who inspire us, our faculty and staff who give everything that they have, and to our partners and supporters that believe in the promise of higher education. We will continue to grow, adapt, and lead because rural Nevada deserves no less. My two daughters, Kylie and Gabby, are here with me today. Thank you for being my greatest accomplishment. I could not be more proud of the women and the mothers that they have both become. My dad, Bruce, is here today, and as a true cowboy, he's the one who installed in me this relentless work ethic to drive and push forward and make each day count. I was fortunate enough to marry my husband, Danny, who shares the same determination and dedication. And though he's watching today from a mine site where he's sitting and working, I want to just take a minute to say thanks for all of the support that he gives me every single day. To my colleagues and our community leaders and our students, thank you for believing in me. Thank you for believing in Great Basin College. This college is not just my alma mater, it is my home. And I will work every day to honor the trust that's been placed in me, ensuring that we remain true to our mission of transforming lives through education. Together, we will write the next chapter in the history of Great Basin College. Thank you.
Thank you, President. At this time, we'll take a 5-minute administrative break. Feel free to offer your congratulatory remarks to President Denali. Thank you. Thank you. We're going to move to agenda item number 4. We are purposely, we'll come back to agenda item number 3 at a later time. So agenda item number 4 is Regents welcomes, introductions, and reports, and I'd like to open the floor to members of the board. And just remind members that our remarks are limited to about 3 minutes. Regent McGrath, was there something you wanted to?
Oh, no, I just wanted to start if you didn't have an order.
Yeah, Regent McGrath, go ahead.
Well, Dr. Denali, I wanted to be among the first to congratulate you on the new position. And thank you so much for hosting us on your beautiful campus. This has been a wonderful experience. You also gave us, for now, perfect weather, so thank you so much. And I also wanted to thank you. Some of the regents and presidents were able to attend a tour yesterday at Nevada Gold Mines, and that was a wonderful learning experience. But it also really emphasized for us, your commitment to workforce issues, here, and also to your incredible work in public-private partnerships. I think for me, it is just your really most stunning achievement. So like Regent Del Carlo said, I cannot be as eloquent as those who voiced public support for you today. It was wonderful to hear that from your faculty, staff, and it seems as though everyone on campus. But thank you for your incredible work. Thank you for taking us out on that tour and arranging that. It was fantastic. And again, congratulations and thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you. Are there any other, yes, Regent Del Carlo?
Thank you, Chair Brooks. I just want to also congratulate officially President Denali, and thank you for hosting us here. The room even looks brighter and different, really professional looking with all the drapes. And the green, into green. And the mine tour was terrific. It was one of the best. And I just wanted to update everybody. Since June, I attended the National Board of Directors meeting for ACCT. We had that in July in Bellevue, Washington, and we worked on our strategic plan. The ACCT Leadership Congress is coming up in New Orleans. It's the 22nd, which is a Wednesday, so you got to get in by about 5 o'clock that evening, and it ends Saturday morning, the 25th. And there's going to be 150 different seminars on classes for community colleges, and I know that Dr. Denali and who else? Did you put a presentation in? I don't think so. No. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. It's Clarissa Coda has a presentation. So And Heather's going to be part of that too, Regent Brown. So that's really great. And let's see. And I want to thank all 4 community college presidents are going to attend, which I'm really proud of that. And our chancellor is coming for his first time. And Regent Brown and McGrath are both coming. Nevada gets 3 votes. We have a Senate on Friday afternoon, so it's not too late if any other regions want to sign up and come. We have over 1,400 attendees coming, so it not only has educated me about community colleges, but the work transfers to anything in higher education. So I really encourage you to come. And then on Friday at 5 p.m., there is an incoming reception for me, because I will be taking over at the end of the meeting on Saturday for my 1 year as the chair of the association. So hope you all will come. Thank you.
Thank you. Regent Gokachia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I guess because I'm kind of the resident here, I know some of you haven't been to Elko before. I want to welcome you. And of course, President Denali, again, what do I say? I like to embarrass her by saying I remember her when she was in diapers. So, it's been that long. NNCC, actually opened the year I graduated from high school. And folks, that's been a long time ago. And look where it's come. Tremendous campus. And again, for all you that are first timers to Elko, don't be afraid to come back. It's a great community. And I really appreciate being a region and representing IE, all across the state, pretty much the same rural areas I did in the legislature. So, again, I want to thank you all, and thank you for being here. Thank you, Amber, for showing us where this campus has come and having a great time. And again, folks, don't be afraid to come back. We don't have to drink a pecan the next time. We can drink something else. So thank you all.
Thank you. Regent Carvalho.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to say I apologize for not being in Elko in person. Yesterday was my 25th wedding anniversary, so thought it was important to spend the day with my husband. So I'm definitely with you in spirit and glad to be here today. I had the honor to participate in the Nevada Business Magazine's Education Roundtable along with President Dalby, President Dinelli, and President Heavey. And along with other education leaders from the state of Nevada. I also had the honor of attending the Nevada Cancer Coalition's Cancer Control Summit in August as a guest of one of the panelists, but also to see UNLV be recognized for UNLV Health for their partnership with Nevada Cancer Coalition. I also had the opportunity to participate in a webinar about academic freedom and understanding its importance both on campus and within classrooms. And this is very important at this time to understand what academic freedom is and how we can make sure that we're protecting it on our campuses. Lastly, I'd like to invite everyone to beautiful Boulder City on September 27th for Boulder City Sunrise Rotary's 29th Annual Wurst Festival to benefit youth in Southern Nevada and specifically in Boulder City. And this includes funds for scholarships for students attending higher education, most of which attend our NSHE institutions. So thank you for that time, Mr. Chairman. That concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Regent. We'll now move to agenda item number 5, and we'll hear, we'll get a chair report from the Nevada Student Alliance report with Jennifer Rodriguez, the chair.
Good morning, Chair, Regents, and Chancellor. I'm excited to be here and to share all the exciting events going on each of our institutions that comprise NSA. So, GBC SGA has served over 150 students during our Beats and Bites events here on Elko campus. We've also purchased toolkits for CTE students who didn't receive the MTC scholarship, and we finally submitted our updated constitution revisions to our legal team. Finally, as our elections wrap up this week, actually, to be exact, tomorrow, we are preparing to attend the very quickly upcoming National ASGA Conference in October at Washington, D.C. For NSU NSSA has been working nonstop on 4 priorities: lowering student costs, ensuring transparency, raising awareness, and revising their constitution and bylaws. They're also launching 2 semesterly scholarships for student travel and testing fees, as well as funding scrubs for their graduate SLP students. This fall, NSSA is hosting daily events to build community and has recruited 11 students for its Constitution and Bylaws Task Force. Soon they'll welcome new senators after special elections and head to the National ASGA conference in Washington, D.C. as well. TMCC SGA recently hosted a series of back-to-school events, including a successful club fair and a welcome week across all 4 campuses. Looking ahead, their SGA has outlined its goals for the academic year, prioritizing the development of new legislation and increasing student engagement at campus events. UNR ASUN has hosted successful welcome weeks with 6 different well-attended events. They are continuing to work on building their student advisory board and bringing back the historic homecoming parade. Recently, they participated in Reno's Pride Parade and adopted Dick Taylor Park as their permanent cleaning location. Lastly, they are working on their annual I Lead conference for club leaders across 250 plus organizations. UNR GSA has kicked off the semester with their annual GSA retreat on August 15th through 16th, where they were honored to have Board of Regents Chair Brian Brooks share welcome remarks and discuss graduate student priorities. GSA has filled all of its vacant seats and now has a full council. They've hosted their first event of the semester, the GSA Breakfast, which they had a great turnout and strong encouragement from graduate students. Last Tuesday, they welcomed the Executive Vice President and the Provost of UNR to their GSA Council meeting, where they shared initiatives such as PAC AI and discussed new efforts that could significantly benefit graduate students. Looking ahead, GSA is planning on attending an international conference for the spring semester in partnership with the Osman Center for the Institute of Global Studies and the EL Cord Center for Global Engagement. ASCSN, has been working with their cabinet to prepare for the shift of possible future fee implementations and the systems that will put them in place for students to help transition them through everything accordingly and smoothly. As for UNLV's GPSA, they approved its operating budget last Thursday, and this includes an increase of $50,000 for their sponsorship program, plus a raise for its student workers and their graduate commons. They've been working to provide students with resources to engage in democratic processes. And lastly, they've adopted a resolution in May in support of students seeking to organize with the NGSW UAW, as well as a resolution last week indicating their opposition to the proposal of imposing fees on card payments for tuition. UNLV CSUN has established a $15,000 commuter fund to help students with transportation needs, and they are also working on creating an activity space in the WRI building for student activities and studying, as well as working on heat relief initiatives to mitigate the challenges at UNLV in the summer weather. Lastly, they have started to fund student organizations after allocating $614,000 to support these leaders in their development. Lastly, but not least, WNC's ASWN had a strong start to this fall semester, boosting student engagement on both their Carson and Fallon campuses. In the first week, they welcomed students with snack carts, campus tours, and helped them find their classes personally. Week 2 featured Welcome Back Week, where students enjoyed free food from Panda Express, In-N-Out, Big Chicken, and more. Highlights from the club fair include giveaways, raffle for prizes like AirPods, and a popular dunk tank featuring President Dr. Dalfi and others. They are excited to keep the momentum going with upcoming events like Constitution Day, Willie the Will Cat's birthday, Oktoberfest, Coffee with the Cop, and Breast Cancer Awareness Day in October. And that's all I have to report for today. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. We'll move on to agenda item number 6, the NSHE Classified Council Report.
Good afternoon. My name is Erendira Monroy Andrade, and I'm the current NSHE Classified Council Executive Communications Officer for the fiscal year 2025. In addition to myself, our current sitting members are from UNLV, Stacy Fott, serving as president, from WNC, April Reyes, serving as vice president, from UNR, Gustavo Gomez, serving as secretary, from TMCC, Arkites Aldecoatalora Muniz Guren, serving as scheduling officer, from NSU, Susan Geerling, serving as Sergeant-at-Arms. From CSN, Dorita Hopkins, serving as Executive Member at Large. On behalf of the new NCC, we would like to acknowledge and thank the outgoing board members who will continue to serve as an advisory committee through the end of November. We look forward to continuing to meet with the Chancellor and Cabinet on a regular basis. We hope to establish regularly scheduled meetings with the Board of Regents. The new NCC board will be continuing to work on the issues and concerns of the NSHE classified employees. The NCC was established to provide a forum for collaborative efforts striving for resolution and implementations of solutions for matters of race concerns impacting classified staff. Our objective is to remain focused on the welfare and rights of all the NSHE classified staff. It is with your continued support that the NCC will be successful in developing and implementing equity across all NSHE institutions. Once again, thank you for the opportunity to represent the NSHE Classified Council. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to agenda item number 7, Chair of the Council of Faculty Senate Chair's Report.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Brooks, Vice Chair Goodman, Regents, Chancellor McNair, and all others present today. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today on behalf of the faculty senates across the NSHE system. First, I'd like to acknowledge and thank my colleagues who contributed to this statement: Oscar Saida from GBC, Tracy Sherman from CSN, Eric York from WNC, El Buali from NSU, Maria Roberts from UNLV, Jen McClendon from UNR, Vera Sambarova from DRI, and Cruz Laudenschlager from System Computing Services. I also want to thank President Dinelli for hosting us and for the warm hospitality extended at this meeting. NSHE institutions serve approximately 110,000 students annually, a remarkable reach that would not be possible without the dedicated work of academic instructional faculty, librarians, counselors, and administrative faculty. Alongside our wonderful classified staff colleagues, we deliver high-quality instruction both in person and online, reaching students in urban centers and rural communities alike. Our programs prepare students for transfer, continued education, and direct entry into the workforce. Our workforce programs include areas where Nevada faces urgent shortages, including healthcare, education, and skilled trades. These workforce-ready programs, often grouped in career and technical education and community partnerships, help fuel the state's economy and provide students with life-changing opportunities. At the same time, faculty across NSHE engage in research and scholarship that includes both graduate and undergraduate students, driving innovation and contributing to Nevada's intellectual and economic growth. Beyond the classroom, NSHE faculty create and support online learning programs, expanding access for students in rural communities as well as non-traditional learners. We also serve Nevada's citizens through cooperative extension, collaborate with local industries, and pursue research grants that not only advance knowledge, but also create jobs for Nevadans by funding staff, student researchers, and community partnerships. All of these efforts underscore the vital role faculty play, not just in student success, but in statewide workforce development, community engagement, and economic growth. Nevada's future is stronger because of the work happening every day across our institutions, and we appreciate the Regents' continued support and recognition of this work. Without strong and collaborative leadership, we cannot accomplish our work. We thank the Board of Regents for your efforts in filling multiple presidential vacancies in the last several years, as well as 2 in the near future. We appreciate your taking the time to find appropriate leaders for our institutions. We urge you to continue involving and listening to faculty, staff, students, and advisory boards in these decisions. As those most directly involved in the day-to-day life of our campuses, our voices can provide essential context and insight. The Council of Faculty Senate Chairs wants to express our appreciation for how the board has affirmed its commitment to academic freedom. As noted in the briefing paper for Title II, Chapter 5, Sections 13 and 16, I quote, "It is important to recognize that this review will not be focused on academic freedom, which is a cornerstone of higher education and remains firmly protected within NSHE. This protection affirms that faculty maintain independence over the intellectual direction of their teaching and scholarly research," end quote. We thank the board for clearly reaffirming its commitment to academic freedom and for preserving this essential foundation of higher education in Nevada. In an era when academic freedom is under pressure in many states, we commend the Regents for distinguishing Nevada through a thoughtful and measured approach. We are appreciative of the assurances of Chancellor McNair that stakeholder input, particularly that of faculty, will be considered during this process. The Council of Faculty Senate Chairs has also discussed the proposed changes to Title IV, Chapter 4 that you will be voting on tomorrow. There is concern that these changes and clarifications were brought forward quickly. The briefing paper indicates that additional changes to collective bargaining regulations will be forthcoming. We urge the board and chancellor to collaborate with stakeholders in the future. In closing, we are proud to represent the faculty who make Nevada's public higher education system possible, those who teach, advise, mentor, research, and serve every single day. Through the Council of Chairs, we look forward to continuing our partnership with you to strengthen Nevada's educational system, its economy, and its communities. Thank you again for the time today and for your continued leadership.
Thank you. We'll now move back to agenda item number 3, and I'll call on President Denali to lead us off.
Good afternoon, Chair Brooks, Vice Chair Goodman, Regents, Chancellor McNair, colleagues, and honored guests. On behalf of Great Basin College, it is my pleasure to welcome you to our Elko campus. We are seriously excited to have you all here. We've been planning this for several months, and so it's great to finally see this roll out and welcome all of you and for us to have an opportunity to showcase the great work that we do here at Great Basin College. Great Basin College is proud of our mission, transforming lives through education. That mission is only possible because we have incredible faculty, staff, and students. And we also want to give a special thank you to Carrie, Winter, and even though Angela isn't here, the past 2 months they have given us a lot of support, so we appreciate that. We also appreciate all of the work and support that SCS has done to make all of the connections and everything possible. I also would like to give a special thank you to all of the GBC colleagues who have worked tirelessly to prepare for this week's meeting, from setting up technology and facilities to coordinating logistics, ensuring that our campus is welcoming, ready for you all, and their dedication really reflects the spirit here at Great Basin College and the pride that we take in rural Nevada. So we are grateful for your presence on our campus. We look forward to the discussion and the decisions and celebrations that are a result of our student success that will take place during this meeting. Thank you again for being here. And on that note, it's my honor to introduce our student presenter, Daniel Laura. Daniel is an outstanding example of the kind of talent and determination that defines Great Basin College students. Daniel began his studies here at Great Basin College in 2023 in Industrial Maintenance Millwright program. After completing that, he continued on by enrolling in the electrical program, and today he is a student in our Instrumentation Technology Bachelor's program. His journey reflects the opportunities made possible through the Maintenance Training Cooperative, MTC program, where he is sponsored by Nevada Gold Mines with both a scholarship and an internship. He currently serves as the instrumentation technician intern at Gold Quarry. Daniel is also a proud Elko native and graduate of Elko High School. During high school, he discovered his love for welding and agricultural mechanics, skills that gave him a strong foundation for his college studies and professional pursuits. He has chosen to stay here in Elko and continue his career in the mining industry, where he takes great pride in maintaining equipment, being part of such a vital workforce, and enjoying the outdoor adventures of the Ruby Mountains and surrounding areas. Daniel embodies the hardworking spirit of this community, and he has both the ambition and the know-how to accomplish his career goals. Please join me in welcoming our student presenter, Daniel Laura.
Chair Brooks, Regents, Chancellor McNair, President, and guests, thank you. And for the record, I am Daniel Laura. I'm very honored to be speaking here and chosen for this. And I'm going to give you guys a little story about my life and career at GBC so far. Next slide, please. So when I graduated high school, I did not know exactly what I wanted to do, but I knew I wanted to stay in Elko and stay close to my family. So the best option was GBC. I did not want to go to college and accrue any debt, and I wanted to find a meaningful career with hands-on. And with that, I decided to go in the industrial maintenance program, also known as the Millwright program. Next slide. Like I said before, Great Basin is the right fit for me. I did the industrial maintenance program right when I graduated high school, and I also got picked up by Nevada Gold Mines working at their Cortez pipeline mill. Next slide. So I want to talk to you guys a little about the industrial maintenance program at GBC. I went through it in August of 2023, and I learned a lot about hand tools, welding, fabrication, and pump repair. And if you look at the slide behind you, that is me with a pneumatic impact. And yeah, I learned a lot, but I wanted to further my education, not just in mechanical, but also in electrical, because as we all know, electrical is not going anywhere. Next slide. So like I said previously, I got accepted in the MTC scholarship with Nevada Gold Mines. It's an amazing program, especially for kids that are local in the Elko community. You get scholarship money, and then you also get an internship at one of the mines. And yeah, next slide, please. And then after I went through the industrial maintenance program, like I said before, I wanted to further my education. And like I said, electricity is not going anywhere, so I went to the electrical program. And there's a lot with electricity. There's residential, commercial, industrial, so the options are endless. And that's what I love about it, is that you can go anywhere in the world. Everyone needs electricity, and everyone needs electricians. Next slide, please. And then after the electrical program, they have a bachelor's in instrumentation technology that I also enrolled in currently. I am expected to graduate in May of 2026, and I am still sponsored by Nevada Gold Mines. And after my education of 3 years, I'm expected to be hired on as a Tech 3 role out of 6, which is very good. I'm very lucky for that. And I just want to say, next slide, please. And I just want to say thank you for giving you guys this time to listen to my quick and short story. I hope you guys have a good meeting, and thank you.
It's now my pleasure, for the record, President Dinelli, Great Basin College. It's now my pleasure to introduce our faculty speaker, Dr. Brian Dankowski. Dr. Dankowski serves as a nursing faculty and program director of our medical assisting, phlebotomy, and EKG or MAPE program here at Great Basin College. He also serves as a District 1 treasurer for the Nevada Nurses Association, as an executive board member of the Nevada Nurses Foundation, and as a member of the NNA's legislative committee. Dr. Dankowski was born and raised right here in Elko and was the first in his family to earn a college degree. His educational journey is deeply tied to Great Basin College, as he is a graduate of not only our associate program, but also our bachelor's program. He went on to complete a master's in science of nursing in 2020 and his doctorate of nursing practice in 2022, both at the University of Nevada, Reno. Throughout his career, Dr. Dankowski has worked across many areas of healthcare, ranging from wound care, primary care to pediatrics, urgent care, mental health, before transitioning into a full-time academic nursing professor. As part of his doctoral residency, he developed the MAPE program, which has grown into one of GBC's signature healthcare program pathways, and you'll learn more about that. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Brian Dankowski.
Thank you, Amber. For the record, my name is Dr. Brian Dankowski. Chair Brooks, Regents, Chancellor McNair, presidents, and guests, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to discuss our MAPE program and how it transforms lives through education. And thank you for the great introduction, Dr. Dinelli. Next slide, please. Just a little bit about me. I've been a nurse for 12 years. Dr. Dinelli was one of my first instructors, and she was my mentor during my master's and doctoral residency. So we have a strong history together. I've worked in wound care in a variety of settings, and I'm very passionate about education and healthcare, and this is the perfect fit for me. Today, I'll be talking to you about the MAPE program, rural Nevada healthcare needs, some of our highlights of the program, summary and questions and answers. Next slide, please. And one more. Thank you. So the MAPE program is very unique, and I designed it through the viewpoint of being a director of nursing, and I could not find medical assistants, and I could not find phlebotomists. I had to hire travelers, which was an increased cost to our medical facilities, and that was kind of the lens that I filtered it through. So the MAPE program is a 2-semester program. It is the only one of its kind in the state that stacks 3 programs into one: our certified clinical medical assistant, our certified phlebotomy technician, and certified EKG technician. Normally, these programs are about a year apiece, and our students are able to complete all 3 certifications in 1 year, getting them into the workforce sooner. This program also prepares our students for all 3 national credentialing exams and their phlebotomy licensure. So the MAPE program is not only unique, but essential in meeting Nevada's healthcare needs. The demands of preventative medical services are increasing, particularly in rural areas, and medical providers seek innovative ways to expand their ability to care for more patients by hiring individuals with a diverse skill set. Through the MAPE program, one staff member can perform 3 important functions with MA, CPT, and CET, rather than 3 staff members performing 1 function. All 3 occupations have been identified as in-demand industry-recognized requirements for Nevada's growing STEM economy. Next slide, please. So our serving rural needs, graduates can work in a variety of healthcare settings, including clinics, emergency departments, different specialties, hospital labs, and patient-centered medical homes, to name a few. There are roughly 7,500 employed medical assistants in Nevada and 2,715 job listings. Phlebotomists, about 830 are employed in Nevada, with 535 job listings in Nevada, speaking to the huge need and profound need for this program to meet our rural healthcare needs. Next slide, please. So the MAPE program began as one of my doctoral residency projects through collaboration and mentorship with Dr. Dinelli. I can still see her coming into my office and saying, "Brian, I have a project for you." And it really turned into a labor of love and transformed into something magical. In the moment, it didn't feel magical, but it really has been something magical that I'm very proud of. Our community partnerships, we have strong community partnerships. We expanded clinical affiliations to include a variety of clinical facilities and settings to enhance student training for the workforce. We produce highly skilled healthcare providers in 2 semesters to enter the workforce, and we have a 100% pass rate on all 3 of our national exams, speaking to how well our students are prepared to enter the workforce. We received initially OSIT grant funding to launch the program in fall of 2023, and we started with 7 students. Next slide, please. We received roughly $167,000 in OSIT funding, and we used that funding to begin the program. So we used it to purchase all the consumables and non-consumables, support instructor salaries, and purchase the national exam bundles that the students needed so they didn't have that incurred cost. So it gave them better access to higher education and helped them to transition into the workforce. Next slide, please. Here we see some of my students, ELCO students at the NNRH Drive-Through Flu Clinic and the Community Health Fair. And our assistance at these community events helped to increase community access to preventative care and health screenings such as blood draws. We did over 850 immunizations and over 1,000 screenings and blood draws to help screen the needs of our rural community. Next slide, please. So we expanded the program. It went so well our first year, we expanded. We addressed those needs by taking our program to Winnemucca and Pahrump, Nevada. And we did that through the help of the HRSA grant that we received. And that allowed us to construct physically the lab spaces and purchase the supplies that we needed for all of our campuses. It increased student access to attend healthcare programs in our rural Nevada communities, and we started that we graduated 27 from that following cohort in 2025. Good Jobs Northern Nevada was also instrumental in the growth of our program. They purchased pretty much everything that our students need. So they did not have to incur a cost to attend college. They were able to graduate virtually debt-free and to focus on their studies. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry. Yes, there we are. Here we see some of our MAPE students from Pahrump. They were here at the RAM Clinic, which is the Remote Area Medical Clinic, and they offered free dental, vision, and medical services to the community. These students were providing flu vaccines for the Pahrump community. And next slide, please. So that HRSA funding, we received $306,000 in funding to expand and develop our program. Next slide, please. And here we see some of our MAPE students from Winnemucca. They were assisting patients in the community health fair, and they assisted with screenings and phlebotomy, bringing high-quality health care to that community as well. Next slide, please. In here, we are seeking accreditation through the Commission of Accreditation and Allied Health Education Programs, also known as CAHEB, for our program. We completed our self-study, and our site visit is scheduled for this October, and we look forward to hosting our site visitors to gain that stamp of excellence for our program. Next slide, please. So the MAPE program addresses the needs of vulnerable populations. One of the biggest social determinants of health is geographic location, and our rural areas are underserved. So this helps to address that need. So this is a continuing legacy of success for the MAPE program in expanding to our Native American reservations to deliver culturally congruent and culturally competent care to this vulnerable population. We received funding for this, which I'll address in the next slide, but we are anticipating starting this program in Oahe, Nevada in the spring of 2026, where we will host all Native American cohorts so that they can have a truly culturally competent and culturally congruent experience to address their cultural needs and their views on healthcare. Next slide, please. So this will be funded through the FIPSI grant that we received. We received $760,000 to expand the program to Fort McDermott, Oahe and Wells and other Native American reservations. So really a unique opportunity that was championed by Senators Rosen and Cortez Masto. And we will also be expanding our certified nursing assistant program along with MAPE to those reservations to increase their access to high quality health care. Next slide, please. So a little bit about our students. 90% of our MAPE students are residents of rural Nevada, and 98% of our students are female. 48% are Hispanic compared to 30% overall for GBC, and 59% are minority students compared to GBC's 45% overall rate. 46% of MAPE students are 25 and over compared to 35 at the age of 35 for GBC. Next slide, please. So here we are, more of our MAPE students. We were assisting at the community health fair that day, doing lab draws and assisting with screenings. Next slide. And here, program outcomes, we have strong program growth and community partnerships with 35 incoming students this fall. Quite a growth from 7 students when we initially started. Our graduates have stayed to work in our rural healthcare communities. 94% of our graduates stay in rural Nevada to address our needs. And we have a 100% pass rate on our national exams. Next slide, please. So just in summary, MAPE is a 2-semester program with 3 credentials built into one. It addresses healthcare shortfalls in rural Nevada by increasing community access to skilled healthcare providers. It's dedicated to excellence, working to address the needs of vulnerable populations. We have strong student enrollment and growth, and that 100% stamp of approval with our pass rates. Next slide, please. My presentation is done, but if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Are there any regents that have questions? Regent Ariscata.
Dr. Dankowski, very impressive. Just the entire concept of the MAPE program. You're mentioning about the opportunity for reservation education, more of the focusing on an all-indigenous cohort. What would the size of that cohort be?
Well, we do have a need, but we are looking to combine it with CNA and MAPE together. So in Oahe, we were looking at least 6 students. There is interest there, and it could be more or less at the other sites, but it could be potentially, even 6, I think, is wonderful to help address those healthcare shortfalls that they experience.
And from the same slide, it was identified that those are fully funded?
Yes.
So I know that we do have a fee waiver for Indigenous students also, but hearing that it is already paid for by an outside source, that's magnificent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Strong compliments, very strong.
Regent Gokichi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just trying to get my arms around this now. You're talking about Wells, McDermott, and Oahe, of course, but now how about if we had Native American students, say, in another community, even down south? Again, would they be able to participate or in this program, this MAPE program, by either online back to this institution, or how would they do that? Let's say there was, Ely or from the Duckwater or Goshen Reservation, or how would they access it, or Eureka?
Pardon me. Excuse me, I'm sorry. So it would be through like our Zoom room technology. It's a hybrid program, so they would have their own lectures. We would have our own separate lectures for them, and they would have their skills in person at each site, so they wouldn't have to travel. And then we have the online component for the theory as well. So it would be very much in GBC's wheelhouse with what we normally do.
But it would be accessible. That's great.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Regent O'Carla.
Thank you, Chair Brooks. I was in the Health and Science Committee meeting. I'm on that committee, and this was introduced by President Dinelli last week, and I thought this was just a tremendous way to combine 3 programs together to make those students even more valuable, especially in the rural areas. I feel like you guys really have the pulse on what you need out here. Really, really have it. And to put those 3 programs together do it in 2 semesters. It makes that student who's going to be the employee way more valuable to that organization, and you know you wear a lot of hats. So this was a tremendous project. If this was on your studies for your PhD.
Yes, it was part of my doctoral residency.
It's fantastic. And to have a 100% pass rate in all 3 areas, you guys have something in the water out here, because you have it for your nursing program too. So I just applaud you, and I'm sure the magic has already started out here, and it's going to continue, and I'm sure there's more programs you can look at to help out here in the rurals, and you really need it, and kudos. This was wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you. Regent McGrath?
Thank you so much. It's absolutely wonderful program. I was just curious about the gender disparity. Has there been any attempts at outreach to male students? That's a pretty remarkable number. I was just curious about, what you think may be driving that, and if there's anything we could do to get it a little more equalized.
I think that traditionally, we see more female students entering into nursing and healthcare in general, but I have 2 male students this semester, and I have more in the pipeline. So the more that the program is out there and we're advising more and out in the community, the more interest I've seen. I expect a more diverse enrollment in this upcoming year.
Great, thank you so much.
Are there any other questions? Thank you very much. We appreciate your presentation.
Thank you.
And with that, we'll move on to agenda item number 8, board chair report. What I'd like to do is recognize and welcome our new president over at CSN, Stacy Klippenstein, a new president over at TMCC, Jeffrey Alexander, and our officer in charge over at Nevada State University, Amber Lopez Lassiter. Thank you very much for being here, and we appreciate the roles that you're in right now and look forward to some great things at those institutions. I also want to take a moment to recognize and acknowledge previous chair, Amy Carvalho, for the amount of work that she did during her time as chair. She was part of 3 critical executive hires that we had at the system. Obviously, the new presidents, but also supporting the meetings and agendas and things that needed to be done to usher in a new chancellor. She was also the chair during our legislative session, and so we appreciate all of the work that was done in conjunction with her and with the chancellor and with so many others who really were putting some time and energy into things that were happening in Carson City. And she also organized board service projects that benefit our institutions. It was a lot of work that former Chair Carvalho has done, and it would be a grave mistake not to recognize her and show some appreciation from the board. And with that, I will ask Vice Chair Goodman to present former Chair Amy Carvalho with a token of our appreciation.
Well, this was unexpected. Thank you so much for that recognition and the kind words. I appreciate it. This is all part of the job that we all sign up for, and took that job very seriously. And I want to say thank you to my vice chair, Jeff Downs, as well. We had a great partnership during our time in leadership, and I couldn't have done it without him as well. So thank you so much.
Thank you, former Chair Carvalho, and certainly thank you for all of your work and everything that you did as Vice Chair Regent Downs. I know that it's a tremendous amount of extra time that you have to put in to make sure that things are moving smoothly and in working with a chair so that we can have our agendas and get the business eventually done. So thank you very much. The next group that I'd really like to address is the students across the state of Nevada who are at our institutions. And I know that we have some fantastic student leadership in the room, and I would just ask, because it's not normal that we would have a lot of students participate in our meetings or come in through Zoom. But I would hope that you would extend some of the words that I'm about to say out to those students. As a body, we recognize that for some of you, the assassination of Charlie Kirk yesterday at a university in Utah has sparked both concern, grief, and other emotions. And what I want to say to that is it's perfectly normal to have an emotional reaction. When violence targets someone because of their beliefs, it can feel like a threat to all of us, especially those whose ideology or voice is under scrutiny. I want to speak directly to each student who has been affected by this tragic event, and I'll say that you're not alone. It's okay to feel sad and confused, and I can assure you that at our institutions, your safety is a priority. Violence like this in a place of learning violates everything a university should represent. Higher education campuses must be a place for peaceful dialogue, mutual respect, and the exchange of ideas under the guise of civil discourse. Whether you're a conservative, liberal, moderate, or something else entirely, you deserve to pursue your studies without fear of being targeted for your political ideology or your beliefs. Our universities and colleges are committed to your safety. Campus administrations and public safety offices work with law enforcement when needed. If you see or hear something that's concerning to you, please report it. Use your campus resources, counselors, student support services, peers, or anyone else on the campus that you feel comfortable with. You do not have to process this alone. Reach out to friends, trusted faculty, mental health professionals, or community organizations. Expressing and sharing both your grief and your hope can be part of the healing process. Our institutions are committed to the values of open debate safely and respectfully, and must remain spaces where you can hold your convictions, engage with opposing views, and at the same time, feel protected. We have to hold firm together against political violence. That means standing up for the right to believe, speak, and think freely while demanding that no one suffer harm because of what they believe. Regardless of your political ideology, you belong exactly where you are, and that is on one of our institutions. Please check in with one another and make sure that your fellow students are okay during this time. Thank you for indulging me with that. And with that, I'd like to move on to agenda item number 9, which is our consent items. And I'll ask if there is a motion to approve.
I'd like to remove item number D out, please.
Is that 9D?
9D, yes.
Okay. Is there a motion to move to approve 9A through 9G, excluding 9D?
Chair, I'd like to move to approve consent items 9A through 9C, 9E through 9G.
I appreciate that, Regent Brown. Is that, we're having F in there as well, right? And
Oh,
and
yeah,
what you're
sorry,
approving?
I'm not good at spelling, yes.
That's okay.
F.
So the motion is to approve everything except 9D.
Yeah, E through G, yeah, I'm not.
Thank you, okay.
I'll second that, please.
Okay, thank you, Regent O'Connor. With that, I'll just ask for just a voice vote. All those who are in favor, please signify by saying aye or yes.
Aye.
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 Those who oppose, please signify by saying no or nay. With that, the motion passes. We will now move to Regent DeCarlo. Go ahead and address 9D.
Thank you,
Sure.
Chair. Brooks, I just wanted to pull 9D. Let me get my notes. Hold on one second. To recognize a true Nevadan, at 22 years old, Don Jensen started his company. He's a graduate of Reno High School, and he was a self-made entrepreneur who went on to have a very, very successful company called Jensen Precast, and it's been renamed, but he's now in 10 states. He made a very, very good living. He's been very generous to the Northern Nevada community, and he's been especially generous to the Wolfpack and the University of Nevada, Reno, to the tune of over 1.5 million cumulative lifetime giving to the state. And I just felt, rather than just be on consent, it should be recognized. I'm sure Don and his family are on live stream today, and I know Don personally. I know what a wonderful man he is. He's one of these very humble guys that probably doesn't want the recognition, but I just feel when you put your heart and soul into giving as much as he's given, it deserved to be recognized in public. So thank you, Chair Brooks. And with that, I'll make the motion to approve the honorary degree for Don Jensen.
Thank you, Regent DeCarlo. That was entirely appropriate. We appreciate that. Is there a second?
Second, by Regent Brown.
Thank you, Regent Brown. So we have a motion to approve by Regent DeCarlo, second by Regent Brown. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye or yay.
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Those who oppose, please signify by saying no or nay. Thank you very much. 9D passes. We will now move on to agenda item number 13. This is the Campus for Hope Partnership and Property Exchange Agreement with CSN. Hello, President.
Chair Brooks, members of the board, Chancellor McNair. For the record, I'm Stacy Klippenstein, the proud president of the College of Southern Nevada. First, I'd like to take a point of privilege. I wanted to congratulate my colleague and my peer, President Donnelly, for becoming the permanent president here. And if you haven't heard, she transforms lives through education. Just wanted to throw that in there for you. You bet. On a sad note, I just wanted to also recognize that CSN recently lost a longstanding president, Dr. Michael Richards, and our condolences from CSN, our family, to their family for his loss. I'm here today to introduce agenda item number 13, CSN's collaboration with the Campus for Hope. We have the CEO and president of Campus for Hope here today, Kim Jeffries, and also CSN Executive Vice President, Dr. McCoy. Both will be providing information regarding this MOU, as well as sharing information about the purpose of the Campus for Hope there in Las Vegas, as well as seek your approval for the property exchange agreement. I do have to say that I'm extremely impressed with President Kim Jeffries and the work that she has done. She's extremely passionate for this project and has great experience from her time in Texas and bringing that experience to Las Vegas for this worthy and very much needed project. So to begin the presentation, I'd like to hand this over to Kim Jeffries.
Thank you, Dr. Klippenstein. Good afternoon. Kim Jeffries, for the record, CEO of Campus for Hope. Happy to be here. Thank you for having me, and happy to share some information about you, about Campus for Hope. So I'm going to try to use the clicker, but if I can't, then I'll just say next slide. Okay. I'm not going to belabor some of this because we all know this. The homeless crisis in this country is exploding, and Nevada is not any different, and particularly in Southern Nevada, there is an incredible challenge that we face. So close to 8,000 people any given night are experiencing homelessness in that community, and this slide just depicts that the number of people who are falling into homelessness for the first time is growing faster than typically we see. Homelessness is growing in the last 5 years in Southern Nevada at a rate of about 65%, and 81% of those people are falling into homelessness for the first time. So we're seeing more people fall into homelessness in this community. And so what do we do about this? I had the privilege of leading Haven for Hope in San Antonio for a few years. I met individuals from the Southern Nevada community who had taken on this initiative to try to see if there were better solutions to address homelessness in any community. They came and visited our campus in San Antonio multiple times, and that's how they recruited me to come here. But this is really a transformative investment in addressing homelessness. It's a public-private partnership. There is $200 million to build the facility. $100 million comes from the state, $100 million from the private sector, largely the resort association partners. So they have committed the $100 million. The state is matching $100 million to build the facility. In addition to that, the state of Nevada is committing $15 million in matching funds annually for operations, with the local municipalities participating. So the city of North Las Vegas, the city of Las Vegas, and Clark County. So you have local and state leadership coming together in a bipartisan way to really address this issue and do something bold in the community. 20 acres, 900 beds, a significant add of capacity into the community and the system in Southern Nevada. What is the campus? What does it do? It's really to get at the models to get at the underlying cause of what led to somebody's homelessness. And so there's two aspects of the model that are really critical. One is helping meet people with dignity and respect. Individuals who are experiencing homelessness are in survival mode when they're experiencing homelessness. They're thinking about, where am I gonna eat? Where am I gonna sleep? How am I gonna stay safe? They're not thinking about, how am I gonna get a job? They're thinking about, where am I gonna shower and brush my teeth? And so we need to give them a place where we can meet them with dignity and respect and give them the opportunity to really exhale and move across those stages of change and really move to the next part of their journey to rebuild their lives. And so giving them that place, meeting them with trauma and dignity without judgment, it's looking at them and saying, not what's wrong with you and how do we fix you, it's what happened to you and how do we help you. It's really that compassion and humanity and meeting them with that. And so that's a part of the model. The second piece and the most important piece is really providing the comprehensive co-location of services on a singular campus that give people the opportunity for anything they need to rebuild their lives. So medical, dental, vision, behavioral health services, substance use treatment, workforce development, childcare, a kennel and a cattery so they can bring their pets, spiritual services, recovery-oriented services, housing navigation, GED classes, educational supports, legal supports, ID recovery, anything that somebody might need co-located on the campus. What we saw in San Antonio is that when we do this, people are able to break the cycle of homelessness and end their homelessness. And 1-year housing retention rates in San Antonio from the campus were 92%, but more impressive was 10-year housing retention rates at 87%. So it's if you get at that underlying cause of what led to somebody's homelessness, their homelessness ends and they can be self-sufficient for the long term. I'm not going to go through all this, but it requires navigation centers to come through the municipalities to come to campus. So it's not a walk-up facility. It's not a facility that people can walk up to. It's really the point of this. They have to get referred in and they have to be triaged. We'll serve people who are economically displaced, single individuals with low to moderate acuity, individuals who are exiting adjacent systems, so healthcare systems, behavioral health systems, criminal justice systems. And then while not our priority, there's not enough beds for individuals who are and families who are fleeing domestic violence in the community, and so we'll serve as overflow for that. These are just kind of to give you a sense of what the campus makeup will be. Mostly 37% of the beds will be families. So of those 900 beds, 37% families. Males and females, individuals will be 42%. And then young adults, 18 to 24-year-olds. So right next to CSN, this co-location is going to be critical for those young adults on our campus who are 18 to 24, couples, and then LGBTQ individuals. So these are the safe spaces that we're going to have on campus. This doesn't mean that veterans and other people won't be on campus. They just fall into one of these other categories. We talked about unique amenities, so I'm not going to go over that. But the campus eligibility requires individuals who are ready to take that next step. So participating programming, resident of the state of Nevada, pass a background check, no registered sex offenders on the campus because we'll have children, and committed to sobriety while they're on campus. So it is a higher barrier facility for people. It's not a low barrier facility like you would see in the Four Master area if you're familiar with that in Las Vegas. These are just a couple of renderings to give you an idea. It looks very similar to a college campus. It becomes its own city. We'll have a mail room, we'll have a barber shop, we'll have all these things for individuals, but it will look like a college campus. We are just in design and construction, and early pre-construction right now. We will do demo on the site in the fall and winter of this year, and then start vertical construction next year and open in spring of 2028. It's located adjacent, right across the street, right across Community College off of Charleston Jones, in between there, the northernmost 20 acres of the adult mental health campus that is right there. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. McCoy.
Thank you, Kim. James McCoy, Executive Vice President for Academics at the College of Southern Nevada. And Mr. Chair, thank you for indulging us with this presentation today. And Chancellor, same to you and Regents, community members. As Kim mentioned, when somebody moves new into the neighborhood for the College of Southern Nevada, just like all of our institutions, we take notice and we want to know what it is that's going into the very neighborhoods that we are serving the population in. And so we've been following the Campus for Hope emerge over the last couple of years. We saw this play out 2 legislative sessions ago. We began to watch sort of the unique collaboration around solving one of our community's problems, and that is of homelessness, as Kim Jeffries pointed out. When I sat in the CSN Student Union a number of months ago to host a community forum, bringing the neighbors of the College of Southern Nevada into one room, and for Kim and the councilman and others to talk about what this is and what this isn't for the community, I was enthralled by the slide that is in front of you now. These are the wraparound services that the Campus for Hope will be engaging in on their campus across the street from the College of Southern Nevada. And as I was looking and reflecting on each of these points of mission that the Campus for Hope will provide, I could not help but think, what could CSN do to also collaborate in this space, recognizing that the very students that we serve in our community are oftentimes those that are underserved. Recognizing that the mission of CSN is one of open access, open wraparound service, and focused on student success. Understanding that we've talked about for decades and decades in this system that higher education is the great equalizer to prosperity. If we truly believe that, and I believe we do, then what can our NSHE community do to pour in to a collaborative like the Campus for Hope? And so along those lines, we began to meet with the Campus for Hope board members as well as Kim and her team to talk about, as the Campus for Hope is emerging in the neighborhood, where can CSN plug in? As a side note, it's important for you to know that for about 20 years, CSN has operated an early childhood education center on the very land that the Campus for Hope is building their campus on, which meant that we needed to relocate our early childhood education program off of that site in short order to make room for the Campus for Hope. And while we still wanted to obviously maintain and will maintain our early childhood education programming on our Charleston campus, we began to illuminate an opportunity to think about how could we partner in the context of providing early childhood education for clients that are being served at the Campus for Hope. As families, as Kim pointed out, come into the Campus for Hope, no doubt they will have children. How can we plug into that mission and provide early childhood education on our campus just across the street, where we're teaching the next generation of early childhood educators? And as I think about other mission points, perhaps that's our dental faculty practice just across the street, where we could help provide dental services to clients that are being served at the Campus for Hope. Or perhaps our ophthalmic clinic, or our veterinarian clinic, or maybe it's our adult basic education and our high school equivalency programming at CSN. Maybe it's our direct to workforce career pathways that we could plug clients from the Campus for Hope into. Maybe it's our college certificate and degree pathways, where literally clients walk across the street, engage in their workforce development and their educational programs at CSN, and when they finish with us, we're sending them off to NSHE or UNLV or others to continue into this trek of prosperity. Maybe it's helping to support the clients with our CSN income tax preparation support program through our accounting department, and a variety of other opportunities to support the connectivity and the connection between the system and CSN's mission and that mission of the Campus for Hope. As I mentioned a moment ago, our early childhood education program needed to transition off this land that the Campus for Hope is sitting on. And so in front of you today, Mr. Chair and Regents, you have in your reference materials an opportunity to look at a property exchange agreement. We operated our early childhood education program on this land that was literally operating within 6 modulars on that campus for about 20 years. And in talking with Kim and their board, they gave us a deal we could not refuse, and with your support today, we'd like to see it to fruition. Here's how it works. We signed an MOU, a collaborative MOU, to document the areas of collaboration or potential points of collaboration that I just dialogued about with you. We also signed a lease for our modulars, since they wouldn't be good to us anymore, to be able to provide them these modulars for their use for construction and for their use to build a community awareness place as this building Campus for Hope is emerging. So we've entered into that lease and we've turned over the keys in that agreement. So today, we bring to you a property exchange agreement. I want to thank Mr. Mike Wixom also for his legal guidance along the way, as we have not done this before. But essentially, the premise of this property exchange agreement is pretty simple. CSN would like to transfer the ownership of these 6 modular units that are sitting on this state land where the Campus for Hope will be built. And in exchange for that, the Campus for Hope will provide CSN with $1 million so that we can purchase brand new modulars and continue our continuity of service in the early childhood education program that we will actually have on our campus just across the street now from the Campus for Hope. To give you a sense of what this looks like then, the pictures you see in front of you are the current CSN modulars on the Campus for Hope site, where they will turn into construction trailers and a community stop for folks who are interested in learning more about the Campus for Hope as the building is erected. This little piece of land right in the center of our CSN Charleston campus is where the new $1 million modulars will go, and we'll get those plumbed and ready to go so that we can provide and continue to provide our early childhood education program on the Charleston campus. Gives you a quick snapshot of what that schematic will look like once these modulars are placed, and then just a quick overview. Needing your approval today for the property exchange agreement. And again, the full property exchange agreement is noted in your reference materials in front of you today. So with that, Mr. Chair and President Klippenstein, I turn it over for any questions or comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that presentation. And certainly we want to thank Campus for Hope for coming out and providing us the information and presentation. Thank you for all the work that you do. Are there any questions?
Chair.
Regent Boylan?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chair. I've got 2 questions. Someone's got their mic in there, so still on. Check your mics, guys. Anyway, I've got 2 questions. Ms. Kim, she said that this is not a walk-up for homeless, so they have to be referred there by somebody. Am I getting that right, Ms. Kim? Kim?
Yes,
There
yes,
you are.
Kim
Thank
Jeffries
you.
for the record. Yes, that is correct.
So what does that mean?
So what that means is each of the participating municipalities, so Clark County, North Las Vegas, and the City of Las Vegas, each have to designate a navigation center. So the individuals who are experiencing homelessness that want to come to campus have to go through a navigation center in order to get assessed as candidates for the campus. That's where we'll make sure they have the right backgrounds and all of that, and then they'll get transported to campus in order to be placed and enrolled onto campus. We'll also work with entry point partners, so eviction courts and places like that where we can directly place people on the campus from those if they meet the criteria as well. But people just can't walk up and get services from, they have to be referred in from one of those navigation centers or entry point partners.
I see. I don't find that helpful to the homeless, because I've had a lot of complaints and I've spoken to the neighbors there, and I know that people are feeling that this is a scheme by the Las Vegas Strip and casinos just to move homeless people and to bring them there. It doesn't really help homeless if they have to go through somebody else to come to you. That, I feel that very, it's like putting butter over some stale bread and saying, oh, well, look, it looks nice. That bread won't be so bad. So I'm not quite sure how this helps the homeless, the real homeless. Let's say there's someone down the street from my house. I
Yes.
can't refer them there. They have to go through another organ, maybe the police. And that this is a scheme by the strip casinos to get the homeless off the strip. I'm a simple man. I don't know. I may have just come up with that idea. I have no idea how that helps people.
No, I
If
appreciate.
you're really going to help people, then let's help them. Let people walk up to your place and say, hey, look, I need help. No, you have to go through that door to come to this door, but you can't come through this door unless you've been through that door. Doesn't help the homeless. They can't drive around like you and me, and, it's really nice and easy. Help me with that. Just help me with that question. Then I have another one.
Okay. No, I appreciate the question. It's a great question, and I think this facility is building capacity in the entire system. So there are already walk-up facilities, the courtyard, and other places where individuals can get their needs immediately met, and that's who we're going to be working through. Those will be the navigation centers that do it, that refer to us. But in addition, so the outreach workers and the MORE teams and the HOT teams and all of those folks, Help of Southern Nevada, Shine a Light, who are already out working, we'll have partnerships with them where they can assess the individuals and bring them directly on. But it has to come through somebody who knows that candidate's a good fit, because we have higher barriers. They have to pass a UA, a urine analysis. They can't be active in their addiction when they come onto campus for safety reasons for the children. And so we need somebody who's working with that individual, whether it's outreach or at a facility, to assess them. And so there is a broader system that exists already. There's just a big piece missing in the system in the middle, this 900-bed capacity for people to really have the time and space to resolve their homelessness once and for all. And so we're adding that capacity in the system. So I think, I have the luxury of having seen it in San Antonio work, and we haven't yet been able to prove the model here. And so, over time, you'll see this system come together in a different way and collaborate in a different way. And so we'll get to take people from the navigation centers, and so they'll have more space for people to walk up. And so it builds capacity. It just kind of shifts and builds capacity in the system.
All right, I get that. Thank you so much. It sounds great. And I hope it really works, because I worked with homeless people some time ago. But my other question is this, and you brought it up, I'm so glad. The safety. What's the safety for the people there in the facility, in the campus, the neighbors, our students and staff on our campus? What are we going to do about the safety? Are we loading up more for our police? And we haven't thought of, hey, what's going to happen here? Because there is going to be issues. There will be issues. I guarantee you, I hate saying this, there will be problems. It's just because of the people that we try to help. And like you said earlier, they can't have any drug problems, et cetera, et cetera. But so what are we doing about safety? What are you doing? And I love the guy behind you standing there. He always has great answers. What are we doing about safety and security for everybody concerned?
So I'll say from campus.
Because I know the neighbors are really terrified. The neighbors are scared. Whether anybody wants to admit that or not, they're scared. So help me here, please.
Yeah, I think anybody, if your only point of reference to what we're putting in this campus is what's happening on 4 Master Lane in the Corridor of Hope, I would be frightened too. This is a very different, and the whole point of it not being a walk-up facility and referral. But from a safety and security standpoint, here's what it looks like. It looks like Campus for Hope has their own safety and security team, 24/7, 365. When individuals come on the campus, when the individuals come on the campus, they go through screening. Their stuff is screened TSA style. It goes through X-ray machines. We make sure that they're an appropriate, we scan a badge. They have a badge that says they're allowed to be there, and there's nothing that prevents them from being on the campus because they've passed that background check. So we screen them. They go through metal detectors. We'll have canine units on the campus for drugs and other things like that in case there's something that happens to slip through. And so we'll address it holistically on campus. And then outside of campus, we want to be good neighbors. We're opening our community experience center so people can come in and see the plans and talk to us about this. We're working with Doris Hancock Elementary School to support their kids who are experiencing homelessness even before we go in. We're doing these things. We're also working with Metro. We've met with Area Command, we've met with the sheriff, and in our master planning in phase 2, we're building out a police substation so that there can be a police substation on the campus and additional Metro presence on the campus. And so we're working with them actively to make sure that they're enforcing the no camping bans and all of those things around the campus once we open, and that we have a Metro presence in addition to our own security.
That is great to hear. And since you mentioned K9, you've given me a nice, warm, fuzzy feeling. I feel, you should bring that up and let people know more about the safety and security stuff you're doing. That's awesome. Don't get me wrong. I like the idea of what you guys are doing, but that's extremely important to me. And now you said K9, I'm feeling much better. What about you, sir? You tell us, what are we going to do?
Yes, thank you, Regent Boyne. I had similar concerns upon first glance as you have just prescribed related to safety and security, particularly on our campus, particularly across the street from where this is going. But that was early on and before I was well informed, or more informed than I was then. Our chief, you know him well, Chief Vasquez, is involved in these conversations. He has assigned Sergeant Lamb, who is the head of our NSHE homeless task force. Is Chief there in the room with you, Regent Boylan?
He was earlier,
was.
he just left. He knew you were going to talk about him, so he left.
So he left. That's typical, right? But no, nevertheless, he has been involved since CSN began this conversation with the Campus for Hope. He has assigned Sergeant Lamb, who is the head of the homeless task force for University Police Department, also to serve on the team that's building out this safety and security platform that Kim Jeffries just described. And so, if nothing else, rest assured that our own police department is engaged. Our own police department, as a UPD, has come to CSN and had town halls to speak to some of the concerns that might be out there for folks who may not understand the nature of this kind of design, and to provide assurances that security will be amped up at CSN anyway, and that there'll be a greater presence anyway, just to help absolve any of those initial perceptions that may be unfounded until it's proven. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I wish this is a success. I really do, and I feel for you guys. Thank you so much. Thanks, Ms. Kim. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Regent Breger.
Thank you so much, Susan Breger, for the record. I think any steps we can take are great, but I do have a couple comments, or possibly might end up being questions. The Navigation Center sounds good, and I don't know how far it's set up. We haven't had, I think, enough information on this. So let me ask a number of questions, and then you'll be able to address that, because that's a whole nother concept of how do they get there? How do they get identified? Then they can't be a drug user. We know a lot of, and no disrespect, that the homeless population has a drug use, and that's why they are homeless. And so I think that's an obstacle, and I think that's not an obstacle that's healthy to get them to the next step. And we're fractured in this area. We have Henderson doing one thing, we have North Las Vegas doing another, and I know it sounds like you're trying to bring that all together, but that's a big piece to chew on and to help people. So I'm going to continue on for a moment here. First of all, getting them to know where they go first, which maybe social workers could help, or those that are on complete welfare that have lost where they're living. I think sending a navigation, let's just use the county, which I'm very familiar with. Where is that task going to be? Who's going to do it? Who's going to pay for it? I think it's bigger than what we're hearing today. I think if they have a drug problem, that it's almost like they should be at the front of the line somewhere so they can eventually get to you, but not just turn them away, because that's a very big negative to me. You can't stop doing what you're doing negatively if you have nowhere to go. And our state, unfortunately, has very limited, almost zero places without it being a revolving door. And that revolving door means they get fixed for 3 days, they might get a detox, and they go back out on the street and they just start over again. And that is factual. You talked about the background check. So if they have a warrant or something like that, are you involved in sending them off to jail when they're just trying to get help at this point in their lives? Another thing I want to ask, you talked about a substation. Who's going to fund the officers? I know that's a problem, and we don't have a lot of funding for that right now. I know I'm all over the place, but it all goes together to me. Our church is going to be a viable place. I know that our church, when someone has been homeless and they're working with, and I just forgot the name of the organization in Henderson, that their last step.
HopeLink?
Thank you, HopeLink. Yes, HopeLink, thank you. And the other, Family Promise, that also does a lot of different things. So we have a lot of people doing a little bit here and there, and I think this is something that can be good, but I think it needs to be looked at a little bit more thoroughly. So we, at our church, and I'll just use that, people stay for a week. They're fed, they're given clothes, but the next step is they go into an apartment. That seems like these are families most likely, sometimes dads with children, which is the hardest placement ever for a father with children, is one of the hardest placements, as we know. So you may not have answers now, but I do want more information as this evolves on a little bit more. Number one, on the navigation center. Building a substation sounds good. I know we hire police officers, but who's going to fund them? If the state legislature is not, they just took a pay decrease. They did get more PERS, but you have to last 20, 30 years and hope you don't get harmed in the meantime. Sorry. So there's a lot going on, and yours sounds good, and maybe we should have had, and maybe I didn't ask enough previously, so I'll take on a little bit of that, more information on this before you stood up there to hear what we had to say. I'll stop at that.
Okay, I'll try to quick hit some of these. So navigation centers, those are yet to be determined. I mean, obviously the Courtyard is the city of Las Vegas's navigation center, and Clark County has some of their non-congregate hotels that they use. So we'll pinpoint what those navigation centers are with them. We're not opening until 2028, so we have time to look at this. And so we're meeting with them this fall to start those conversations on what does the navigation center look like, and then how do we get them moved to campus. Then your second thing, I'm trying to remember, for
Well, more the drug, and I'll help you there. To me, the drug aspect is really the scary part of this, because I don't know, and this is nothing disrespectful to anyone, but we already know a lot of our homeless have a drug addiction, or whether it's an alcohol addiction. I feel like you'd be turning away more than you'd be helping if they can't get that first step. And maybe we need to look at this. If they come to you and their background check is criminal or felon, and it's someone you don't want to take, and that they already have the drug problem because they didn't pass what they need to take for that, then those are the most critical of our community that need help. So I'm happy to, I know we have till 2028, I'm happy to help figure out where more of this goes, or how we do this in a better way. So I don't really know if I expect all the answers right now, but I think it's answers that need to be looked at, and I take it extremely serious. And so I just offer that. So I'm not trying to put you in a spot that's difficult, but I think that I'm very concerned about turning away those that are most critical. And maybe we need to think of how we get them there sooner than later, so they can get off the street and get clean. And I don't know if you can have a special unit there for that or not, but I think it needs strong consideration.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I want to just address quickly, and I don't have all the answers today, but we are building out a detox facility on the campus for that purpose specifically. And to your point earlier, when you said, somebody's coming out of the criminal justice system or the healthcare system, and now they've detoxed, they would be able to pass that to come onto campus. So we anticipate being a step-down facility and building partnerships with detox facilities, with behavioral health centers, with healthcare systems, so that we can step down. Now, I don't have all the answers for that. We will take single fathers with children on our campus as well in our family unit, and so we can hopefully solve for that. But I would appreciate and love the opportunity to have a further discussion with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate that.
Thank you. Regent Brown?
Thank you, Regent Brown, for the record. I just wanted to say, hearing you talk about the allied organizations that are already doing this foundational work, you mentioned Shine the Light. I know that organization well. I think it's so important that we're not reinventing the wheel, but we're adding to the foundation that's already there. And I know these organizations take so much care and pride in making sure that they're helping people to this next step. So for you to be the next step, I think is a crucial part of this ecosystem that clearly needs the support and community love and, wraparound services that we talk so much about that are so important. So I think this is a wonderful proposal, and I just wanted to say thank you for being very thoughtful in your holistic approach of how we're going to actually help our citizens get back on their feet.
Regent Gokachia?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and maybe I'm just being a little too simplistic as I look at this. We can debate the need and how this is going to work and not going to work from now until the next quarterly meeting, and what needs to happen. But the question as I see it, again, we're talking about 6 modulars in exchange for $1 million. And really, that's the question before us as Regents. I don't think we can, at least I don't want to spend the rest of the afternoon debating how this is going to work and if it can work. As far as the need, I don't care what community you're in. There is a need with the homeless, and we're going to have to deal with it. But the question before us is this a good trade? The 6 modulars for $1 million. That's what we need to ask ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Goodman?
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I appreciate where Regent Gokachia is coming from, and I did want to just add a little bit of context. I work in the addiction world. It's vital that we have these wraparound services. I love this concept. I think it's amazing. What I don't love is the location. And I've been reached out by more than several individuals who don't like that it's right there on Charleston and Jones. And although I love the concept, I don't love the location. And I am a little concerned about security and safety. And so I will not be voting for this, but I wanted to clarify that this is an incredible project. I just feel that putting it right there in that neighborhood is not where it should be, and that's completely out of our hands. That's not anything that we can even agree with, but I feel like voting for this would say that I'm complicit with the fact that it is going in that neighborhood, and so I will be voting against it.
Regent Arascata?
Thank you, Chair Brooks. A couple questions also in regards to the numbers that you have coming through. It's a 900-bed facility. There's an estimated 4,300 clients annually on the good-sized property. And it's trauma-informed wrapped-around services, which you identified on page, I think it was 15, and some of the collaborations. But one of the items I'm seeing that I'm not seeing, are there going to be representatives from the Social Security office?
Yes, we've already been in discussions with them to be embedded in our intake office.
What about financial case management?
Yes, everybody would be required to do financial literacy, those kinds of things while they're on the campus. We'll also be able to provide a housing intervention. Campus will bring a housing intervention of first month's rent and deposit and move-out kit for individuals that we're funding to help rapidly rehouse individuals who just need that little kind of help. And that's where you get the inflow of people through the campus when there's 900 and you can serve that many because you're moving people more quickly and making their homelessness rare, brief, and non-recurring.
I think we've all can notice that, especially I can see it, at the beginning of each month, you have the disbursement of Social Security income. So for the state of Nevada, it's $984 per month, tax-free. Then you have VA, which is also the first day of the month. Then the third day of the month is Social Security and Social Security disability. Those all are on the third day of the month. So it's the first 10 days of the month, you might have a really low census there at the Campus for Hope. But then you have the remaining 3 months out of the 3 weeks out of the month, when you have the influx and the great flow of individuals coming in that are now unhoused. And as Regent Goodman already identified, there is a multitude of reasons why a person is homeless. It's not just addictions. That's not even close to one of the main reasons. You have, well, numerous fixes here in the state of Nevada, but you also, there's exploitation, significant exploitation. So you'll have financial case management there also, a potential of a representative payee that could assist these individuals to assure that once they do or are leaving the Campus for Hope, they'll have a representative there to assure that homelessness will not reoccur. Is it a fiduciary responsibility?
So it won't be a requirement for individuals to have that payee, but if somebody has a payee that's taking advantage of them, and we in San Antonio, we would have to go through guardianship and do some of those things at different times just because of the vulnerability of the individuals. So we'll have the ability to do that. I think we want people to make independent decisions whenever they can, but if they need support in that, whether it's an APS call, whether it's guardianship, or we'll be able to help support that individual so they're not taken advantage. And you're absolutely right. It happens all the time with this vulnerable population.
Very vulnerable. And Mr. McCoy, you can answer this one. Only because I'm up here in Northern Nevada, what is the proximity from, should this be approved, from the Campus for Hope to the campus of CSN?
Sure, thank you, Regent Arcata, James McCoy, CSN for the record. If you're familiar with Charleston Boulevard and the intersection of Community College Drive, it's the Community College Drive street that bifurcates the Campus for Hope land, state land, where the Campus for Hope will be at, and the CSN campus. So it's literally across the street. One of the things I just wanted to reinforce along these lines from our lens is the Campus for Hope is emerging in any way. This is not a CSN project. This is not an NSHE project. To Regent Gogachia's point, what we wanted to do is not bring you in a property exchange agreement without having context for why we were bringing this today. And so in the spirit of open and transparent communication, particularly timely, as Kim mentioned, this project isn't going to be fully erect and open until 2028. So the minute we began having these conversations, the very next quarterly meeting was today. And we wanted you to be aware, there's this thing called Campus for Hope. You may have read about it in the newspapers. You may have participated in conversations with community members. And I wanted you to know that we were at that table, given Regent Arcata's point. This is right across the street from CSN. We need to be at the table to understand the impact, not only from a construction over the next 3 years perspective, where no doubt ingress and egress to our college community will be affected, as it would always be for any major construction project in the neighborhood, but also to know that right now, today, our early childhood education program at the Charleston campus has been displaced. And that's a huge problem for us. We had to tell families, we cannot provide our early childhood education program to you right now because the land that our modulars were sitting on is no longer ours to be leased. And so quickly working with Kim and the team, and her board is magnificent in saying, let us keep your modulars In exchange, we'll give you $1 million to buy new modulars to place on your campus so you can have continuity of your early childhood education program. That's really the action point that is important for CSN today at this juncture. While we continue to be at the table with the Campus for Hope to talk about how we might continue to collaborate, not only from a safety and security point, as Regent Boyan pointed out, but also from the wraparound services that each of you are talking about, and where that mission alignment between CSN and the rest of our Southern NSHE institutions can align with the Campus for Hope mission points as well.
You're referring to transparency. Have the neighboring properties or the homeowners been notified of what's happening or what the plans will be?
Yeah, I can speak to that just briefly, and I know Kim can as well, because we hosted a neighborhood forum on our campus, being a community college and a college of the community. So we opened up our student union. It wasn't our meeting. It wasn't our town hall, but we opened it up on our campus given the proximity to where this is going. And the student union, Region Arascata, was filled, standing room only. I was literally standing on the back wall. And Councilman Knutson and others, Kim, you were there presenting, various other folks were there talking with the neighbors. And if you go back and just Google it, you watch some of the media attention that was at that town hall, you'll see the voice of neighbors kind of coming to the podium and speaking what their thoughts are on this. Kim, do you want to add to that?
Chair Brooks, if I might just jump in here just real quick. I think we've gone, this agenda item was agendized for really two purposes: to give background for the project, but as Regent Gokachia pointed out, the action item here for you and what's really before you is whether or not you want to approve the exchange agreement, which is a copy of which is contained in your supporting materials. So rather than trying to stray off too far off subject, I think in my opinion, my advice would be you've heard plenty of background on the project itself, and I would narrow the remaining agenda item and have it focus more on the details of the exchange agreement and whether or not you as a body want to approve that or not. Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I want to move real quick to Regent Carvalho, who also wanted to make has a question about this. Regent Carvalho?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will say that Dr. McCoy answered a lot of what I was going to bring up, so I won't belabor that point. But I do just want to ask, so if we do not approve this property exchange agreement, then CSN will have to find another avenue for moving modulars, and CSN will have to find funding for that, and there will be this $1 million will be off the table. Is that correct in a nutshell?
Yeah, James McCoy, CSN Vice President, for the record. Regent Carvalho, you're absolutely correct. These modulars that sit on that land, our CSN modulars, are well over 20 years old. The very fact that we could even pick them up, lift them up, bring them across the street and hope that they're still in one piece is a crapshoot, to say the least. Perfectly suitable to stay where they're at, perfectly inhabitable for a construction trailer while the Campus for Hope is doing what they need to do with them. But the other side of that, to your point, is that for $1 million we can purchase new modulars and do some modest land development on that plot of land I shared in my presentation to actually plug these in to sewer and power and to provide the safety and security for our young people in our early childhood education program is really what's paramount to us at this juncture. We're excited for that. We can have this early childhood education program back up and running at the CSN campus proper in time for a fall 26 opening with your approval today.
Thank you very much. That answers my questions.
Thank you. I've got one question, and then I'm going to move over to Regent Arascata, who's got another question, and Regent Gokachia, and Regent McGrath. And it sounded to me, what I heard was that this project that you're aligned with on Campus for Hope, if for some reason you decide that you're not aligned with this project, it's almost irrelevant because this is moving forward with or without you. And to be able to work with them to facilitate some of the needs that you have at CSN, this is binding the two of you together so that you have a seat at the table, so that there can be an exchange of ideas on how this may benefit the campus. Is that correct?
Yes, Chair Brooks, that's absolutely correct. In fact, if you recall the slides, the very first point was collaboration around early childhood education, because it centered around, oh my gosh, what are we going to do with our program? It's being displaced. The Campus for Hope is moving, regardless of what we do or don't do today. But what we have the opportunity to do today is take advantage of a gift and through a property exchange that I think is very beneficial to CSN and our program. And what that did, Chair Brooks, is it also illuminated some other opportunities for us to serve the clients that the Campus for Hope will no doubt be serving, for these clients to walk across the street, over time, receive high school equivalency programming if that's what they need, receive nursing school if that's what they need, take care of their pets if that's what they need through our veterinary nursing program. You get the point. So right, this is the first crux and the most important crux for us to maintain our mission around early childhood education.
Thank you. Regent Arascata.
Actually, I was behind Regent Gogochia, if he doesn't mind. So I understand that, as Mr. Nielsen, you kind of brought us back onto the rails. However, there are questions that need to be answered. There's a lot of inquiry that I've received online, on emails, that neighbors are curious about what's going on. So I do have a question for Mr. McCoy. If this is not approved, would there be another opportunity for another company, agency, social service options in the community interested in this property or interested in those modules?
Thank you, Regent Arascata. James McQuay for the record. I don't know. What I know now to be true is in March of 2025, we received basically an eviction notice from the state of Nevada indicating that we must remove our modulars from the state land because it was going to be appropriated in a new lease for the Campus for Hope project. We literally had just a few months to plan what we were going to do. Our first thought was, well, let's talk with the Campus for Hope people and get a sense of what they're doing and the timelines for this. They indicated to us that they have a need for some construction trailers. We said, we happen to have some trailers on your site right now. We'd rather not move them, but rather we'd rather, purchase new. We don't have another partner in line right now, Regent Arascata, so the short answer to your short question is we would literally have to terminate the lease that we have with them right now because we're leasing the modulars. We would have to work with our construction crews and our facilities teams to see if we can pick these things up, hope that they make it, get it across the street, and take advantage for that way, just for the continuity of service. I don't know about other organizations that would be willing to donate $1 million to this enterprise right now.
Thank you.
Regent Gogochia.
Yes, just a quick question. Okay, I think I understand the dynamics now. The state moved the property out from under you, but all right, who's going to police and oversee what local jurisdictions? Clearly the state's involved, and you're saying, well, I'm thinking Las Vegas, North Las Vegas, Clark County. But again, somebody's going to have to, all these things you say you're going to do and the sobriety checks, somebody's going to have to oversee that. It's not CSN. So I wonder, what we're talking about is the land and the modulars. But you're talking about bringing a program forward that has to be overseen by not us as Regents. It's, again, local jurisdictions or the state, or someone's going to have to. My colleague and good friend down south, Regent Goodman, the community is upset or concerned at least about that. And so even though we make this exchange, I would still think you would have to jump through a series of hoops with the local jurisdictions and the state before you can actually bring this forward. It's not on CSN's shoulders.
I appreciate the question, Kim Jeffries, Campus for Hope. So the Campus for Hope Foundation, our organization, our 501c3, applied to the Governor's Office of Economic Development for this project. Was approved January 15th of this year as a qualified project. So the GOED will oversee this project. So the state will oversee the project from, there's requirements in our application that we have to provide certain amount of services, and that we have reporting requirements to GOED in addition. And then the local jurisdiction is the city of Las Vegas. Although we'll have shared services agreement with all of the participating municipalities, it resides in the city of Las Vegas, so they'll oversee all the permitting and all of that relative to construction. We'll also have reporting requirements to the city of Las Vegas, North Las Vegas, and Clark County relative to the programs that we're providing on the site.
Thank you. I don't know if that makes our our vote any easier or not, but I think we're getting, as council will tell us, pretty far afield.
Regent McGrath.
Regent,
Do you
or
feel
Chair
this?
Brooks?
Oh, I'm sorry. I do feel this is frustrating. Perhaps it should have started as an information-only item. I don't know what the time pressure is to enter into this agreement. And obviously, I'm understanding for the first time right now what the timeline of this approval was, only January of this year and March, and that permitting and things are still need to occur. But I feel like this has a really significant impact on CSN being so close and directly adjacent to the campus. And I feel like we have so many questions and need more information that I certainly do wish that had been an information-only item, perhaps before we had to make a decision on any aspect of it. You know, generally, I'm very supportive. I love the programmatic elements. But again, there's still a lot in terms of how is this going to impact CSN's budget for security and policing, you know, with all due respect to what Campus of Hope is stating that they're going to provide, and perhaps the substation. But this is a challenge because we really are only receiving this information right now, and I think I would have preferred otherwise, even to move forward with this vote. I just wanted to say that.
Chair Brooks?
Yes.
Council Martinez, for the record, I just wanted to clarify, because I think we're extremely, not only off the agenda item, but I think that there's misunderstanding as to what this vote is, and there's a lot of discussion about the approval of a project or a homeless project. And I just want to clarify that this is not a vote regarding any project. This is simply a vote on a contract to take these modulars that are currently sitting on land that have to be moved and exchanging them to the organization in exchange for a $1 million donation to CSN. So nothing in this vote is approving a project, nothing is pushing a program forward. This is very specifically approval for the contract that's in the backup material, exchanging these older trailers that CSN is not sure they will be able to move off-site for a $1 million donation.
Chair Bush, for the record, listen, thank you, Councilor Martinez. I appreciate that. You have simplified that, and I'm wondering if that's, with all respect, an oversimplification based on the items that we've received to review. And so I just want to be able to clarify what you're saying, that we are not looking at a future project between CSN and Campus for Hope in terms of a build-out of services that would be provided in relative distance to the campus and what those services are. This is now simply a vote on a property exchange to move items from one area to another area, and that's the extent of this vote. Am I hearing you correctly, Council?
Jimmy Martinez, for the record. That's correct. This has been presented in a much broader fashion, but if you look at the specific action being requested by the institution, the specific action is for board approval of the CSN Campus for Hope property exchange agreement. The property exchange agreement is the one included in the backup documentation. So that's the only action for today.
Sure.
Thank you, Council. Regent Boylan.
Thank you, Chair Brooks. All right, go ahead and turn your mics off. In light of what Regent Carvalho said and Mr. Oh my gosh, he's the real deal and I forget his name right now, as explained, I'm in favor of this now. It's just a matter of property. For $1 million, we won't be able to get that, and we have to move our stuff off their property now. So I'm all in favor of this, and I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Regent Boylan. There was a motion to approve by Regent Boylan for the Campus for Hope Partnership and Property Exchange Agreement for CSN. I'm sorry, I did not hear who the second was from. Regent Brown was the second. So we'll take we'll just do a quick roll call vote, I think, on this one. And I'll ask Chief of Staff Carrie Nikolajewski to, I'm sorry. Sure, we could still keep discussion going. Regent
Call
Goicoechea,
it
if you have.
discussion if you want.
Sure.
Regent Goicoechea, for the record, I'm going to support this because it is a business decision, and that's how I look at it. And I am hopeful if there are issues, and I definitely understand where my colleagues from down south are coming from, but I'm hopeful then that if this needs to be realigned or changes made or securities put in place, that will happen, in fact, on the local jurisdiction level. And I don't think it's our place. So I'm going to support it just because of the business decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Goicoechea. We have just a last follow-up with Regent McGrath.
Just one quick follow-up, Mr. McCoy. I'm just trying to wrap my mind around this still. So the permitting, the Campus for Hope project is or is not a done deal. That will still need permitting and other things to happen for it to definitively move forward. Is that correct?
Thank you, Regent McGrath. Dr. McCoy, CSN Vice President. That's probably a question for the project. Again, just to reiterate, the Campus for Hope project is not a CSN project.
I understand.
The element here is simply just on whether or not we can accept $1 million in exchange for the modulars that CSN owns that are currently sitting on land that has now been appropriated. It's not our land, land that has been appropriated by the state to a lease with the Campus for Hope. You mentioned the timeliness of this ask, and I wanted to just quickly address that because I know that's a concern related to information or action. The reason we're bringing this for you today with some information for context, but more importantly for CSN, the action associated with the property exchange agreement is if we don't see this move forward in a positive way today in terms of the property exchange, we won't be ready to open up, or I should say to reopen up our early childhood education program for the families that we serve in time for fall 2026. Because of all the construction that has to happen to get these modulars ready for the young kids that are coming to campus.
Okay, let me just ask you one last question. So is the agreement, and apologies for not having looked for this, but I didn't understand all of the context. Is the agreement incumbent on the Campus for Hope project being finally permitted? And I mean, does one depend upon the other? Would it be reversed, for instance, if in fact Campus for Hope is never going to open?
Regent McGrath, James McCoy for the record. Absolutely not. The Campus for Hope project has nothing to do with what action you're taking today. The action you're taking today simply allows us to provide some trailers to them that belong to CSN, and in exchange for that, we get $1 million to purchase new for our campus.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. I appreciate that we're getting ready to take a roll call vote on this. I think this vote is for simply two things, and it is really about whether or not we're voting for CSN to move these modulars and help with the expansion of the supporting the child center that they have. I'm not sure how we got into a rollout conversation of a very large project that Campus for Hope is doing. I just recognize that this, and I appreciate council's advice, this probably should have stayed very contained with the modulars and supporting CSN's Child Development Center and perhaps not getting into all the nuances of what Campus for Hope services were going to be and everything else that was rolled into this agenda item. With that, I'll ask Chief of Staff Carrie Nikolajewski to take a roll call vote for the approval of a Campus for Hope partnership and a property exchange agreement with CSN. Thank you.
Regent McGrath.
Yes.
Regent Ariscata.
No.
Regent Batista.
Yes.
Regent Boylan.
Aye.
Regent Brager.
So conflicted. I'll do a yes.
Chair Brooks.
Yes.
Regent Brown.
Yes.
Regent Carvalho.
Yes.
Regent Del Carlo.
Yes.
Regent Downs.
Yes.
Regent Fernandez. Regent Goycochea,
Yes.
Vice Chair Goodman.
No.
The motion carries.
Thank you. We appreciate your time. Thank you for all of the, for indulging all of the questions. And now I think would be a great time for us to break for lunch. Let's do a 20-minute lunch break. Thank you. Good afternoon. We are going to resume our quarterly meeting with agenda item number 10. This is the NSHE funding adequacy and equity study. This is an item that is for information only. And I appreciate that Applied Analysis is here to present this information to us.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. With your permission, I'll just jump right in.
Thank you.
Thank you. Board of Regents, Chancellor, for the record, my name is Jeremy Aguero with Applied Analysis. It's good to see some old friends and some new ones. We were asked by the system to do an analysis of both adequacy and equity as it relates to the university system, colleges and universities. Perhaps the best way to start is at the end. Our colleges and universities are neither funded adequately or equitably by almost any measure that we have. From that standpoint, it would be almost difficult to find a statistic that would suggest the opposite of that. And I'll walk through a number of statistics. You've been provided our full report. I won't make an attempt to go through a 100-page report, but what I will do is try to hit on some of the highlights. As I show you some of these data, perhaps what is also worth just stating at the beginning of my presentation is that there are no two college or university systems that are funded the same. Some have more state support, some have higher levels of tuition, some have other sort of pieces. The remarkable nature of what we see in the analysis that we're doing is that we're actually low in every category. And so while you can be high in one and low in another and perhaps, you know, be somewhere close to the median, you can't be low in everything and somehow be close to the median. Perhaps the best way to start is at the beginning of my presentation, which is just higher education funding overall. When we started the analysis, we looked at all of the elements. The focus of my presentation today is going to be on state appropriations and tuitions and fees because these are the two primary components that are sort of in the control of the state and the system. So I'm going to focus there. There are obviously other things like grants and contracts, sales and services, investments and other revenue, all of which are outside the scope of the analysis that we're doing. If we look at the Nevada system of higher education as a share of general fund, and we're looking at it in terms of, this shows 2001 to 2009, it was about 19% of the state's general fund allocation. You can see during the Great Recession, when the challenges that we faced as a state were pronounced, obviously we went through a lot of budget cuts. It was a really hard time in the state of Nevada. And then, of course, we get to 2020, the period of COVID, and we go through that exercise again. Throughout the state's level, if we look at the allocation of the state's general fund that goes to our colleges and universities, it has dropped from about 19% of the general fund all the way down to 12% of the state's general fund. That isn't to say, and I don't want to leave anyone with the impression that somehow the revenues have gone down. Our state revenues have continued to grow. We have just allocated those dollars in other places. The state has prioritized other services over higher education in terms of the allocation of funds. And that isn't intended to be an indictment or pejorative toward state legislators in any way, shape, or form. Obviously, there are a number of priorities and a number of challenges that they face. And I don't know that anyone's thought that it would be easy to navigate the Great Recession, which we call great for very important reasons, including a foreclosure crisis that hit our state harder than anywhere else in the United States, and COVID-19, which pretty much shut down our economy. As we get to 2025, that state general fund allocation is about $737 million a year. If we were to add and just imagine that the state's allocation would have remained at that 19%, it would have been an average of $180 million more per year from 2010 all the way to 2025, and a budget that would have been almost $400 million more today at $1.1 billion. Now, the easy conclusion from this is that, oh, look, the state isn't doing its part or it's not making the allocation. I would suggest to you that that is not necessarily the case, and even if it is in a portion a case, it is most certainly not the entire story. So if we get into the second element of the presentation, and we talk about that for a moment, and we look at some of the key data sets that are included in the analysis. One of those is the SHEO data. You're probably aware of the State Higher Education Executive Officers Association, which provides something of an apples-to-apples comparison between higher education funding across the state. If we look at that and we look at state-supported revenue per FTE, and again, by state-supported revenue, I'm talking about appropriations and tuition and fees, you can see that where those numbers have been historically. Now, these data are not inflation adjusted, and so we look at the far right-hand side, which in 2024, there was a substantial adjustment relative to those state appropriations, which took us from about $12,000 per FTE to about $14,000 per FTE, where the colleges and university systems had been averaging right a little bit above $12,000 per FTE from 2009. Now, again, as I think we're probably all well aware, $1 in 2009 had a lot more purchasing power than $1 in 2024. Inflation during this period was about 52% during that period, which means that in order just to keep pace with where you were in 2029, you would have had to increase it to something approaching $20,000 or a little bit more than that just to keep pace with inflation. We get to a point where the ability for the institutions that are represented here today, its ability to maintain even a current level of service when every dollar is a little less becomes remarkably challenging. This is state-supported revenue for WICHE state rankings, just to sort of put that in. And you'll see in the top right-hand corner of my presentation, I have included a little page number so that if you want to look at it in the totality of the report, the text would have been smaller, so I created and consolidated just a few of the charts just to make it a little easier to read. So this is the state comparison in terms of state appropriations and tuition and fees. And what you can see is that there are some locations that have higher state appropriations and lower fees, and some that have higher fees and lower appropriations. You get it. But you can also see where Nevada stands overall. 14 out of 15. And if I highlight the $14,000 FTE that we looked about before in terms of enrollees, and then we look at where Nevada has ranked historically, you can also see that in terms of comparison to states that we tend to compare ourselves to, the WICHE states, that we were a lot higher prior to the Great Recession. We were a lot higher prior to the COVID pandemic, which is coming up on that screen. Hopefully you all can see it okay. And on my screen, I'm not quite seeing where the recessions were, but you can kind of see where we landed. And up until the 2024 increase, the 2023 legislative session that led to the 2024 increase, we were dead last in the entire United States relative to the combined value of both tuition and appropriations. What I would want to leave you with I don't know, I leave you with any impression. I think it speaks for itself relative to the fact in terms of that prioritization that we were talking about before. If we look at the state appropriations per FTE and we just sort of compare it, you'll see that it's kind of close to the national average, about $11,200 per enrollee per year. And if you look at it in terms of if we sort of go forward and we just look at where Nevada ranks here, right? This is why I suggested that the conclusion solely about the allocation from the state's general fund may not be the entire story or even close to the entire story. As a matter of fact, if we just look at the state appropriations, we're about ninth and a little closer to the center overall, where if we take all tuition and fees and we divide it by all of those students, we come down to $3,036 per student on page 36 here, which is pretty close to dead last in the United States and has tended to lag behind where the other systems have been over the long history, the long arc of the analysis that we went through. This is a scattergram that I like to use. This is for 2023, so before the adjustment. On the x-axis, you'll see the tuition and fees per FTE. On the y-axis, you'll see the appropriations per FTE. And this is every state, and we've just sort of taken the averages to use that. Right? Obviously, you will see that there are, as I talked about before, there are some folks that have high state appropriations. Those are in the top left-hand quadrant. There are some that have relatively high tuitions. Those are in the bottom left-hand quadrant, but you tend to be in one quadrant or another. In this particular analysis, respecting both California and Washington that were on the line there, we're the only one that is in the bottom left-hand corner. And again, sort of emphasizing the point that I started with, by every measure, this would not reflect adequate funding for the system. We're in the quadrant with both low state funding and low student costs, which stacks the deck against our colleges and universities, I would suggest. Now, in 2024, there was an adjustment that was made. Obviously, this had to do with COLA. We talked about this last time we got together. You'll recall we had a conversation about changing enrollment patterns in the United States and how they may affect what we're doing here or what we can expect here in Southern Nevada. And so while there have been some adjustments, there is no doubt that we continue to be in that last quadrant. Lower quadrant, lower left quadrant. You will also notice that we're a bit closer to the horizontal line than we are to the vertical line, which are the two averages. So if you look at that average, the average state and local appropriation, state appropriation per FTE is about $12,000, $12,500, where the average student tuition and fees is about $7,200. And you can see the distance that we are from those two lines. So if we sort of transition from just the state comparison and we sort of look more closely at those tuition and fees and sort of dig into it more closely, the best data set, or among the data sets, they're all good data sets, that we have is the WICHE data on tuition and fees. And what this is really doing is essentially showing what the published rates are associated with that. So these are the tuition and fees for weighted average tuition. You can see where it was in 2013. You can see where it is in 2025. The four-year institutions on the left-hand side, the two-year institutions on the right-hand side relative to where those numbers were. Again, I'm on page 44 for anyone that's sort of following in the larger report that was provided. I think it's a lot easier to see when you look at the inflation-adjusted fees in terms of where we kind of land here. And so on the left-hand side, again, four-year institutions. On the right-hand side, two-year institutions. And what we're looking at here is inflation-adjusted tuition and fees in terms of what we're publishing. And so you get kind of the idea that we've sort of been in a relatively tight range, but ever since 2022, sort of seen it come down with a slight uptick in 2025. Now, if we look at those tuition for the WICHE states, where is it that we land relative to that? Four-year institutions on the right-hand side, two-year institutions, on the left-hand side is four-year institutions, right-hand side are the two-year institutions. You can kind of see where we kind of place relatives overall. And I think the other one that's sort of an interesting way to look at it is those tuition and fees as a share of household income. Where are we at relative to what the incomes are that we have in the state of Nevada, and what does that kind of look like? And you'll see that we're kind of in the middle of the pack. But if we break it down by tuition and fees and look only at, for example, R1 institutions in WICHE states, and we look at what those WICHE reports in terms of for the University of Nevada, Las Vegas and the University of Nevada that are shown here, you can kind of see that we tend to be in the bottom quartile relative to tuition and fees. We break it down and we look at an individual institution level, both in terms of what we are publishing relative to the rates, but also in terms of the share of income. We have historically aspired to be accessible and have done a good job at doing that, but at the same time, that accessibility has led to challenges relative to adequacy throughout the system overall. The third sort of major element of the analysis that's been provided to you focuses specifically on institutional comparisons. And for this, we use the IPEDS data. This is a data set that looks at 4- and 2-year institutions. It's a federal data set that we can look at and sort of really start to parse everything out. And so if we look at 4-year institutions and we essentially look at state appropriations and we look at tuition and fees and we create a scattergram that has all of those on there, you can kind of see that there's a linear line that is moving sort of down and to the right, which would suggest that the higher the state appropriations, the lower the tuition fees, and you get kind of the idea in terms of how that works. You can see that the University of Nevada is close to the line, UNLV is a little lower than that, and we have an outlier in the data set, which is Nevada State University. We had the opportunity to talk to Dr. Pollard relative to this, and of course it's a creature of the transitional nature of that institution, but nonetheless an outlier by a long shot relative to that. If we look at the WICHE average for 4-year institutions and we look at what the state-supported revenue is and the state appropriations and the tuition and fees and where we are today, and if we just aspired to be average, you'll see that whether it's the University of Nevada, UNLV, or whether it is the Nevada State University, we are below in every major category in terms of just getting up to average. As has been impressed upon me by the staff and others that we've talked to, we don't aspire to be average. So what if we aspired to be in the top 10? This is what it would look like for University of Nevada, UNLV, and Nevada State University, and you can get the idea of just how large those gaps truly are. I don't have any other way to impress upon you that the idea that if we're going to be low in both categories relative to our funding, adequacy is going to be challenging, and certainly comparisons to other colleges and universities are going to be equally challenging. As I mentioned, we also looked at equity as well as adequacy, and in doing that, we looked here at all of the colleges, the 2-year institutions, probably a better way to say that. I also put Nevada State University on this only for comparative purposes, given its transitional nature overall. And you'll see here that the 2-year institutions are actually much closer to the line. And so if we look at this relative to states, to Great Basin or Truckee Meadows or Western Nevada or the College of Southern Nevada, they are actually much closer to the average that we'll see from other institutions than are the R1 larger universities in our state. If we look at that, however, from an average to where we might want to think about ourselves aspirationally, as we sort of put these up and just sort of take a look at them for representative samples, and of course all of the data are in the report that have been provided to you. If we aspire to be at the top tier of these 2-year institutions, we remain somewhere between 40% and 66% below where the top tier is funded today in the state, in comparative jurisdictions for the state of Nevada. Finally, we were asked to look at the funding model, because obviously you all have spent a fair amount of time dealing with the funding model and trying to find a way to increase the equity associated with that. This is the formula distribution in terms of the current formula where 100% is based on weighted student credit hours and 20% set aside that can be earned back by reaching performance targets. And then the proposed targets where it's a 75-25 split, where the 75 is based on weighted student credit hours and the other 25% is split between relative performance at 15% and student enrollment and credit hours, with the goal of trying to create some allocation that would rebalance some of this, largely to push it toward the 2-year institutions. If we look at the funding formula from an analysis standpoint, what is included in the report that was provided to you is we did 2 analyses. One of those analyses was to do a historical benchmark. What if we were to take that the new formula, and what if we were to have applied it from 2014 forward? What would have been the outcome? And then we took a projection model with some of the enrollment data that we looked at previously and then pushed it out for the next 10 years just to see what the difference would have looked like. If we look at the historical benchmark model for both the 4-year institutions and the 2-year institutions, I think it at least does in some ways what it was intended to do, and that is create a shift between the 4-year institutions and the 2-year institutions. But if our equity and adequacy analysis is correct, number one, no one is adequate to start with. So essentially you're creating winners and losers. And the second piece is, at least based on the average that we saw, our larger institutions actually have a greater deficit than some of our two-year institutions, which may be something that is worth consideration. In addition to this, these changes are relatively modest overall. Recall that this, in page 84, would be a 10-year simulation in terms of how those data would work. If we look at that historical benchmark model, you get the idea in terms of the formula distribution for individual institutions. Here, you get the idea in terms of where those allocations would be reallocated. But again, I would submit to you, Mr. Chairman, and to all of the regents, that when you start from a place that is not adequate to start with, each one of these become increasingly problematic. So with that, that is an overview of my presentation today and the longer report that has been provided to you. Again, I will end where I began, with a gratitude toward NSHE for the opportunity to look into this, and the gratitude for the ability to be here today, and the unambiguous conclusion that our colleges and universities are neither funded adequately or equitably as we sit here in 2025. Chairman, I'm happy to answer any questions that you or the board may have.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation, and thank you for condensing this so that we can absorb the information that you're providing us. I'll ask the board if there's any questions for Regent DelCarlo.
Thank you, Chair Brooks, and being here. I have a question. Was this presented during the legislative session?
For the record, Jeremy Aguero, I don't know exactly what the protocol is. May I just respond directly?
Sure.
Is
Yeah,
that okay?
as informal as you want to be. That'd be
Okay,
the best way
thank
to
you so
go.
much.
Yeah.
The answer to that question is no, ma'am, it was not. These data were not completed. This work was done throughout the legislative session, and by the time it got to that point, I mean, obviously some of the conversations relative to this, there was a lot of conversation during the legislative session relative to that funding. And a lot of that conversation, I think, was the push and pull between the state appropriations and the desire for the legislature to believe that, that there's now a bit of a disconnect between what the state is doing on its part and where, student tuition and fees are overall, as one of those is approaching about 90% of the average, and the other is right about 50%, a little below or a little above that in terms of the average. So there was a dialogue relative to these type of facts, but this presentation, Madam Regent, was never provided to the legislature, no.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Are there any questions for, Regent Brown?
Thank you. Regent Brown for the record. What I'm kind of gleaming from what you're saying is that we really can't afford not to raise tuition and fees if we want to be competitive. But the argument is that I'm not sure we can afford to raise tuition and fees because of the barriers to entry that would create, and the dichotomy of the haves and the have-nots becoming even further apart. In a state that has already a low higher ed matriculation, right? I guess, and I'm not asking for a crystal ball to see what we should do next, but honestly, I'm perplexed as to what is the next steps, given that the rhetoric coming from the legislature has been, you guys need to, there's a gap, you need to figure out how to fund it. We know that means raising tuition and putting that on the backs of students, which is prohibitive in making sure that they achieve their academic success, which is a economic driver for our state, and the ROI of graduating into an economy that can then take their skills and apply it. And I'm wondering, how do we have this conversation where the ROI for every dollar invested into higher ed gets X number out into the economy later, and how do we make that case as a higher ed institution?
Regent Brown, there's a lot to unpack there, so I'd like to start at the end and then bring it back to the beginning. There's a troubling Gallup poll that came out this morning, you all may have seen it, that essentially says that across the United States, the value of education is less appreciated, I'm not using the proper terminology, as we sit here in 2025 than it has been at any point since they've been doing the poll. I think in some ways, we as a state and maybe we as a country have lost our way relative to the importance that higher education plays in changing individual lives and changing the landscape of communities. Look, I may be the wrong person. I'm an analyst. I'm not an advocate, but I believe education is a silver bullet. I think it addresses poverty. I believe it creates equality throughout a community. I think it gives folks the opportunity to do things they may never have had the opportunity to have. So from where you're coming from, I get it and I understand it. I think the challenge that we face here today is that at least it would look like on paper that since the Great Recession, we have systematically defunded our higher education system. And the ability to essentially achieve the goals that you're talking about while we constantly take revenue away in real terms seems to me to be exactly the inverse of the virtuous cycle that you're looking for. Now we come back and essentially say, hey, look, we're going to keep it low, keep it low, keep it low, and then we reduce the level of service, or we put more our class sizes get larger, or services get reduced, or we don't do as much research. And you all know so much more about this than I do. I'm not intended to suggest that I understand where all the cuts have been made. But the challenge I think ultimately we find ourselves in is the legislature is not wrong, right? They have increased that allocation, and that distance between those two metrics has gotten further today than it was before. Now, that doesn't excuse the fact that over the past 20 years, plus or minus, we have essentially reduced the amount that we're funding it. And in that way, it's hard to get that return on investment that you're looking at. I do believe, and I've said this to other folks, I think we have to, that sounds very presumptive, and I don't mean it to be that way. I think Nevada needs to remember again the importance that higher education is to the lives, to the linchpin that it can be in economic development and delivering things like healthcare and public safety within our community. The research relative to that return on investment that you talked about is not ambiguous. Those returns are real, and I think we've seen them here. I think probably many of us, including me and my family, have benefited tremendously from those type of investments, and for that, I'm grateful. But I think we have a lot of work to do to remind folks relative to that importance.
And I think it'll take a collective from all of our higher ed institutions making this case, having, this system, this board, our presidents, our student body leaders coming together to make this case. I mean, I worked at LVGEA. Yep. Just this year, I processed 75% of the state's applications. And I will say easily 80% of the jobs on those applications require a higher ed degree, period, full stop. Yep. So we're bringing in thousands of jobs, asking our hopeful Nevadans to apply for them and fill those positions. But these presidents here are the ones that graduate those students to take those jobs. And I feel like that's the missing piece in this overall dialogue, is that we're talking about numbers, but really what we need to be talking about is overall economic impact and what we're actually wanting as a state and where we want to go.
I could not agree more.
Okay. Thank you.
Are there any questions from the system office in Las Vegas?
I had a comment, Chair Brooks.
Go ahead, Vice Chair.
First of all, Jeremy, thank you so much for your incredible assessment. Your graphics really tell the story, and I appreciate that. When we look at this, $1.1 billion disparity is significant, and I realize that we need to do more as a system when we talk about passing this on to our students. I have issue because we are last in the state on everything. And this is one where we're actually giving our students a true, I don't want to say deal, but it is really economically viable for our students. And so I think as we move forward, just a commentary, I know this is an information item, but I think what we really need to do is we need to look at the system, and we need to find areas where we can save within the system. We need to talk to the legislature and find how we maybe meet that gap in a better way. And then we need to look and see how we can, unfortunately, put some of the burden on our students, but not at the percentages that were cited this morning in public comment at 11 and 12%. So I just wanted to put that commentary out there. I couldn't agree more with Regent Brown. We really need to do better in our state, and I know we're a piece of that, but I think we all need to work together. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation, your time here. It sounds like there's a couple of ways to try to take a look at this to improve some of the conditions. And one is, and probably the most important, is when we talk about changing the hearts and minds of those who are really controlling purse strings and making sure that we're communicating effectively that there is a value proposition in terms of what's happening on our higher education campuses and how some of that equates to our economy and what this really looks like for an overall very large-scale picture. And then the other is perhaps trying to take a look at how do we convince others that we have to increase funding for higher education, and can we do that in a way in which the increase of funding is equating to some type of performance metrics from our universities, from our institutions, and much like the governor was implementing the idea of accountability with K through 12 funding. And so maybe there's a way where we can mix things up so that we're getting both, right? Higher outcomes of student success and an increase of funding from the state to ensure the higher outcome of student success. It seems like this will be a very long, ongoing conversation, and I can tell you, I certainly appreciate your guidance and some of the questions I posed to you even before this meeting to help understand some of the ways that we've got to move with the state in terms of higher education funding. So again, thank you very much for your time and thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, and we'll move on to agenda item number 11, which is the NSHE funding and predictability pricing program. CFO Chris Fatone will lead us in an engaging conversation. Again, this is information only. I'll turn it over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Brooks and Regents, Chris Fatone for the record. And it is my pleasure to be here to give you this presentation today. We put this presentation together because I wanted to be able to have a discussion about, start a discussion about increasing fees in order to partially close the funding gaps that were presented or that you got the overview of in the presentation from Applied Analysis. But before getting started, I wanted to take a minute to acknowledge the public comment you heard earlier today and assure you that as is the case anytime that I'm here to talk about fee increases, I'm very aware and very concerned also about the impacts that those fee increases have on students, and in particular access and the risk that it may risk access for some of our students in the process. So there's never an easy way to have a conversation about fee increases. There is no easy solution around fee increases because there are impacts. But as the data that you already saw, and as I hope this presentation will do, I look for this to help with that discussion as we move forward. Wanted to talk today in terms of some sense of urgency. You know, it seems strange to be talking about the next legislative session when we just ended the last one. We're going to talk about the funding that we received in this session that covered some of our funding gap in the salary adjustments and the impacts that will have, in addition to a quick overview then of our existing funding sources and uses, and then the benchmark comparisons, some of which we just went through again, but to reiterate those, and then I'll go through our pricing model and discussion about some potential adjustments. So I wanted to start with this slide. This is the AB 568 was the bill that provided the one-shot funds that did provide the additional operating support for the campuses that was responsive to our request for the backfill funds for the salary adjustments. However, those were not provided for salary adjustments. These funds were provided to support operations, and they are not part of our base budget going forward. It is one-shot funds that we only have through the end of the current biennium. So these funds were provided, they were provided with a note in the bill when they were approved to seek additional sources of revenue so that the system would be able to continue its operations and meet its instructional expenses. So in that, for some context on that, this is the funding sources of the state-supported operating budget. So this is essentially the totality of the source of funds for those state-supported operating budgets, which are the context in this statement. And as you can see, they are 65% supported through state appropriation and the balance through student fees. This slide is a more comprehensive picture of the systems. It's a very high-level view, but this is the system's entire operations. And here you can see on the right-hand side of the chart, about 45% of the total operating expenses are represented by that chart from the prior slide, that's 65% state and 35% fees. And then the left-hand side of this chart, 55% is all other activities that are outside the state-supported operating budget. So when we talk about other operating revenues or other sources of revenues other than state appropriations, student fees is a large part of that. But student fees live in both parts of the budget, the state-supported operating budgets and the non-state budgets. In addition to those student fees, you have other sources such as student housing and dining, athletics, ticket sales, grants and contracts, gifts, endowments, all those other revenue sources. And again, I think this kind of duplicates what we just talked about, but I think the point of this slide, and one of the things I wanted to mention, is when we do talk about the other operating revenues that are outside of the state-supported operating budget, it's important to keep in mind that those revenues are generally coming in for services that are being provided. So they're not revenues that are provided that are used to support operations without restriction. They're fees that are being assessed or charges that are being assessed to provide specific services. Grants and contracts, highly restricted around a contract for some specific activities, specific expenditures, sales and services. So things that are not funded through student registration fees and tuition, but housing and dining that are funded through other fees, all the athletic program, ticket sales, the clinical activities that generate some revenues for the campuses. And then, of course, the gifts and endowment revenues that are also, highly, as you know, restricted for very specific purposes, either at the college level or for scholarships and that sort of thing. Looking at that same information just to see kind of percentage-wise how the system's overall operating expenditures are funded, again, you can see that, again, this is just the non-state revenues, so the significant portion of that being student fees and grants and contracts, and then all the other sales and services and gifts and restricted income. Moving on then from there to the benchmark discussion, again, I think this is where we start to overlap a little bit with some of the information that we just went through, but as you saw in Mr. Aguero's presentation, this is the state higher ed finance, which is that state higher the state higher ed chief executive officers organization annual survey of state higher ed systems, state-funded institutions. This is the slide that shows total education revenue. So total education revenue being both the state appropriation and student net tuition and fees. And in this chart, I know that the numbers are very small, but this is the all states with, as you can see, Nevada being second to last on the left-hand side of this. I gave you the chart just so you can break down the numbers because I know they're impossible to read in the size font that in the chart in the slide there. But this is where the highlight for you, again, in both appropriations and student tuition and fees, the system is below the national average. The difference, as you can see, though, is a little more significant on the fee side. So the appropriations have risen, particularly with the salary adjustment funds, to be getting closer to average. Still below average, but closer to average, where the net tuition has not increased at the same rate. And there we're right about 40% of the national average. To look at that a little closer and break it down between the two-year institutions and the four-year institutions, this is a chart that compares the net tuition for just the four-year institutions. And you can see this is quite a large gap from the average. So let me explain a little bit about the net tuition, because obviously everybody knows if you look at our fees, the charges the student receives on their bill is not $3,547, but that net is what is referred to as discounted tuition. So it's taking into consideration scholarships, awards, and support that's provided to the students through state funds. So this is a state finance focused report, and it's focused on state support for the students. And so what's reducing that tuition number is state support such as Millennium Scholarship, SSOG, and those state scholarship funds that we administer, but it also is reduced by state funds that are in our operating budget. So our state access funds that we provide, some grant and aid or waivers that we provide through our state operating budgets for those are waivers for our students. And then also student wages that are a form of work study through the state operating budget, and our GA stipend supports that are also part of the financial aid support for those students. So those are the funds that reduce the gross tuition down to net tuition when you're looking at this. And because a large part of those support sources that I'm referring to on the state side are actually geared toward the universities, and particularly the GA stipends and that sort of thing, that's why you'll see a bigger gap here on the four-year institutions than the two, besides just where we are in the average on the gross part of the bill, which we'll get to. And again, on the two-year institutions, this is the same calculation looking at the state finance side. But as you can see, as I mentioned, with the difference between the financial aid support that comes through the state programs, the difference on the two-year institutions is much closer. Again, we'll get to, I think, next, the NSHE benchmark. The NSHE benchmark similarly is focused on our peers in the western states. These numbers are gross tuition and fees for resident students. It is all inclusive of all mandatory fees. So a student enrolled in a program this does not include things like differential fees, but it does include all other fees for a student to enroll in programs at our four-year institutions. And so here you can see that unreduced number in comparison to our peers just in the western states in this case. And again, I think in here the highlight for you is that on a gross basis, separate from the additional separate from how much further from average we fall when you factor in the support, we are still about 16% below average on the four-year institutions on the gross charge. And then on the two-year institutions, again, same calculation. These are the gross charges for a resident student with all mandatory fees included. And for the two-year institutions, you're talking about a difference of about 8%. And I want to probably back up because I wanted to highlight on those discussions about where we are on the revenue side and point out that I think we focus a lot of our conversation both in the prior presentation and this one on the revenue, right? It's appropriation per student, it's fees per student. That revenue budget translates into the expense budget. So when we're looking at that chart of the total education funding, and Nevada is near the bottom, that translates to our expenditures per FTE also being very near the bottom. So just a way of saying, I know we do always focus on expenses, and whenever we're having a conversation about fee increases, we're always expense conscious also, and we're looking for opportunities to collaborate and leverage our institutions to to hold expense budgets as tightly as possible. I think that's the nature of our organizations all the time because of all of the fluctuations in economic conditions that the system in the state has always been working through. So when you're just something to, I wanted to highlight that I meant to earlier in the presentation, but that is an important factor to keep in perspective as we talk about it. Moving on from those benchmarks, just wanted to cover a quick highlight or a quick history of the registration and tuition pricing policy and our predictable pricing model. So prior to the predictable pricing model, we went through a process that was tied to the biennial budget cycle where a committee was formed each cycle and that committee would do analysis and bring forward as part of the biennial planning process a tuition and fee increase proposal for the board's consideration. And those, the committee took a lot of information into consideration, but ultimately it boiled down to what the fee increase proposal for that biennium was, trying to take into consideration cost increases, changes, inflation, that sort of thing, and looking benchmarking at peers as well. That process was, I have a chart that's coming up that we'll look at and you'll be able to see the volatility of that process. And there was frustration with that led to conversations around guaranteed tuition programs versus some form of establishing some predictability. And you're familiar, the board approved a program adopted the predictable pricing program back in 2019, tying our fee increases to the higher ed price index, a higher ed specific inflation factor. And the way we're doing it, as you know, we're using the most recent inflation factor to increase the registration fees and non-resident tuition at a 5-year later date so that we can publish continually 4 years of registration fees and non-resident tuition in an effort to maintain some predictability. And that predictability has been in place only a short period of time. And as you know and heard earlier, already once we had an instance of an off-cycle fee increase with the 5% that you approved for those salary adjustments in 2013. Mentioned the charts to where I think the volatility is a little more evident. And so this is a chart with all historical registration fee increases from 2000 through what we have published, which is through fall 27, fiscal year 28. And you can see prior to the predictable pricing model in the period of the Great Recession, you see some pretty significant fee increases being implemented in response to those budget reductions that we were working through in the recession period. You can see where the predictable pricing model was implemented. We did implement it in 2019, but it became effective in 2021, 22, and that's where you see the lines converge on the right end of that chart. And so there's been a much more limited period where you see the stability, and the spike you see is that special 5% increase that you approved in 2023. And that prior slide was registration fees, and I think one of the things I meant to mention, and I'll mention it on this one because it's the same issue, this is non-resident tuition increases, and you can see with the different colored lines, that the reason they have different colored lines is because prior to the predictable pricing model, your fee increases were not the same rate of increase on all fees. So registration fees, we looked at the two-year institution, lower division, upper division, Nevada State's undergraduate, graduate, and then at the universities, their undergraduate and graduate rates. And the determination on what the fee increase was appropriate for each of those was not tied to the other fees. So we maintained consistency across the sectors, but it was not necessarily the case that undergraduate rates were raised at the same rate as graduate and 2-year versus 4-year. So that's why you see more differentiation in the early years before the predictable pricing model versus after, where everything normalized to HEPI. And I think if we were to go back and look at the charts with the differential in the student fees between the four-year institutions and the two-year institutions, that's a differential that you probably would not have seen. I think that differential might be exaggerated because Hep B led to one rate of fee increase and not an analysis of how each fee was being, how each fee was changing relative to peers and relative to the similar institutions in our neighboring states. Another topic that I wanted to talk about, because it does have an impact on funding and on that net tuition metric in particular, because the net tuition being gross tuition reduced by financial aid support to the students, more aid reduces that number. Similarly, in a conversation where we're talking about a need to potentially raise fees to address budget gaps, each dollar we put into a tuition increase, your current policy on access sets aside 10% at the two-year institutions and 15% at UNR and UNLV and Nevada State for access. And we do this, it's your policy intentionally to try to support access, understanding in particular as you raise fees that then it becomes harder for some with respect to access. So you're intentionally setting aside funds to help support that access. The challenge in the balance, however, is if you're trying to plug or solve a budget shortfall by raising fees, to the extent the funds go to access, they're not going to the operating budget that you're trying to support with the fee increase. So in looking at this data and thinking again about the balance and where the overall net tuition number resides compared to peers, and it suggests that we are actually putting quite a bit proportionally relative to our peers into support. And so one item that can be considered in the same way we may consider alternatives around different rates of increase for different fees is also revisiting the access set aside and thinking about whether you want to revisit that to also target a maybe more accelerated support to the operating budget that translates into a lesser reduction of or lesser increase of the rate of increase on the fees. Access being the topic we're talking about there, I wanted to give you some specific figures to put that into context. This is what the actual set-asides are for the current fiscal year, our fall 25, spring 26 registration fees. These are the registration fees, and you see the access dollar amount set aside for each one. And then on the right-hand side of the slide there is the actual projected revenues for each institution to be set aside from the access, from the registration fee access set aside. And I think you can see in this chart what I wanted to demonstrate here is why, when I mentioned earlier that proportionally more of that support occurs at the UNR and UNLV campuses, it's because the fees are higher, your set aside is higher. Similarly, the budgets are larger, so there's more financial aid in them, and so that just leads to a higher proportional amount of that support actually occurring in those institutions. It's not because you're not allocating, it's just because the budget sizes are different and the way in which your fee policy works a little differently. So again, I know this is also it goes hand in hand with the rest of the conversation. These are not easy choices, and this is difficult. These are difficult subjects to talk through, but it is a factor in how rate increases work and how the budget allocations affect the ability of the campuses to use increases to support their operations. And so the concern that we're trying to address here is backfilling for those funds that were provided in AB 568 that we know are only temporary. So these are not immaterial funds. It's $28.7 million per year. That's not, those are very significant. They're very helpful in this current biennium. And I know that we've talked before about those increases and the impacts they'll have if they're not, if we don't replace them, those are real impacts. So we are supporting current operations with those appropriations. Without a replacement of those sources, the campuses will be looking at a very real budget reduction in the next biennium. So we were talking, and based on that data in the prior presentation, what I'm suggesting is we have to have a conversation about fee increases as a potential way of rebalancing the total of the state, of the education funding for the campus's total balance between state appropriation and student tuition and fees. I did not mean to turn that off. There we go. I mentioned earlier what is one way of doing that, and it's the suggestion here is an adjustment to your predictable pricing program, not changing the program at this point. I think there's probably some interest in looking at how the predictable pricing model is working, and I mentioned like some concern about there being only one rate of increase for all fees that are subject to it, and possibly needing to revisit how that model's working. But given that we have already published the next 4 years, and that we're looking at something and needing to have a conversation about what to do for the next biennial cycle, what we wanted to have an introductory conversation about today was potential adjustment to the pricing model that is just adding some additional fee increase on to address that gap. And again, from the gap that exists to replace that $28 million annually, and looking at the distribution or the gap between the average and the current our institution's net tuition and fees, that rate of increase to fill that gap is between 11 and 12% for the 4-year institutions and 4 and 6% for the 2-year institutions. It is different per institution based on each institution's individual budget situation, but again, that's the range, and I know, when I have this when we talk about these fee increases, I'm not suggesting we get away from having common pricing across the sectors, across your system, but just recognizing that one rate has a different impact on one institution than it will on another because of the difference in their overall funding. And so, what are the next steps? I know there was some, you heard some concerns earlier. We did intend and fully commit to having conversations and including input from students and faculty, but we have quite a bit of work to do in a relatively short amount of time because we wanted to introduce this topic today and get some feedback from you, but knowing that in order to address this for the next biennial process, we are already about to kick off that budget process next month. And that being the case, this is a conversation we're expecting to be bringing back for your consideration as soon as December. And with that, I will pause for your questions.
Thank you. We really appreciate the presentation. I know Regent Downs wanted to kick things off with a question for you.
Thank you, Chair Brooks. So one thing that I knew this was coming up, the question kept coming to my head was that 15%. I really appreciate you putting it in the document that it's the Title IV, Chapter 17 from the code. So what I wanted to ask about, I don't know what it would take to change that, just a vote, but it would, if we didn't have that extra money set aside, would that 11% proposed increase or referenced increase be dropped down to, I did the math, like 90 or 9.3% or so? Would there be less of an impact on students? Because the way I see it, with that 15% going to an access fund, some students are going to have to take out loans to help other students avoid having to take out loans. So it's like one person's having to carry debt for someone else. So my question then is, if that 15% requirement was eliminated, in this particular case, how would it affect things? And if that 15% was eliminated across the board on the fees, would that be beneficial or not to the institution.
Chris Fatone for the record. So thank you, Regent Downs. I think you're right on the point of the suggestion there, the interest in looking at it. And I would say, I think the way I've thought about it is that you probably don't want to eliminate it, but you may want to cap the set aside for those that are subject to 15% at the dollar amount of set aside you currently have, because the campuses do have awards that are already in place for the funds that are coming out of registration fees at the level that you're already that they're already set at. So it's not necessarily eliminating it, but it's not adding to the set aside to maintain the 15%, and potentially so a suggestion is normalize it at 10% instead of the 10 and 15, and allow the registration fee to increase with the 10% achieved over time as the dollar amount of the current set aside catches up to 10%, if that makes sense. So it would help, to your point, where we're not setting aside even more funds in new budgets, but we continue to set aside at least what is coming out of the registration fee currently, so that the campuses can maintain the programs they've already put in place around the current access levels.
But if we were to modify this going forward, so if a student's fee increase was going to be $1,000, 150 of it's going to be going to this set aside for some other student to benefit. And that's, I guess that's where I see some of the problem with this, is that they're going to possibly be taking loans on that money, so some other student wouldn't have to. And it just seems like you're creating more inequity that way.
Chris Fatone again for the record. So I think any dollar you don't put into access, you'd be able to put into the operating budget for the campus. And so certainly that change would reduce the rate of increase that would be needed to adjust to address the budget issue you're trying to address. I think because campuses do have current commitments coming from access, I think they'd be looking to have to backfill those commitments from some other sources if you were to actually eliminate the set aside for access. And I know you would hear concerns about access in general if we did eliminate it altogether, but I do think it's a balance. I think there's no question, to your point, that as we're taking funds out of registration fees and using them to provide support for students, that means all students are paying that support, including those that are paying their fees with loans.
So I guess maybe I'm not conveying it, maybe I'm not hearing you correctly. So if you kept the other access fees in place, could you go forward without adding the access or including access fees on this one, and then have a lower increase for students? So they wouldn't have to do the 11% per se.
Chris Fatone again for the record. Yes, that would definitely be the case. So if you didn't, if you were to authorize a fee increase where that fee increase was not required to set aside the same access set aside of 15%, but rather let the entire fee increase go into the operating budget, that would reduce the level of fee increase needed to achieve the same budget support.
Thank you.
Regent Arascata.
Thank you, Chair Brooks. In regards to all these numbers that we're talking about and the fee differentials and the fees, once again, everybody can get on this and follow with us. Just have to go to main board, and tap on, hover over Regents, go down to policies, then you have our procedures and guidelines manual. But on chapter 7 of that procedures and guidelines manual, section 10, you have the differential program fees. Would everything we're talking about also affect the differential program fees?
Thank you, Regent Arascata, Chris Fatone. My discussion today, I'm not suggesting applying a rate increase across the board to like any and all fees. I think I just wanted to present more of a picture of where you are in general with fees, and understanding the benchmarks and kind of understanding the gaps that have to be filled. I think we've looked at anytime we've had the discussion about across the board fee increase, or when we're talking fee increase in that regard, we're really talking about the registration fee and non-resident tuition only, because the campuses bring their proposals regarding their course-specific or program-specific fees to you independently at your December meeting. So this is really about just trying to address the registration fees and non-resident tuition that all students would pay as part of the base registration cost.
Thank you for that clarity. Definitely needed to be done. Appreciate it.
Are there any more questions? I don't see any. Thank you very much for the presentation. We appreciate it. And we'll continue to move forward with agenda item number 12, which is the institutional performance metrics at GBC, and I'll turn this over to President Denali.
Good afternoon, Chair Brooks, Vice Chair Goodman, Regents, Chancellor McNair. For the record, Amber Dinelli, President of Great Basin College. I appreciate the opportunity to present our GBC metrics so that we can share some of the highlights of our enrollment and our student success, our workforce development, and our accreditation process. So Great Basin College provides flexible solutions for students, serving them both online and at 4 different campus locations. We offer more than 75 degrees and certificate programs, and our strong graduation rate shows that our students don't just enroll, they succeed. GBC has experienced a positive turnaround in enrollment from the fall 2023 to fall 2024. Our enrollment increased by 17%. Our fall enrollment has continued to increase, and our current fall enrollment is right around 3,594 students. This growth reflects the success of Great Basin College's renewed emphasis on recruitment and retention. We've seen a decrease in our non-degree seeking student enrollment because we now require all dual enrollment students to identify a degree seeking pathway. The GBC student body mirrors the diversity of rural Nevada. Significant progress has been made in serving Hispanic students, with their representation increasing from 21% in fall of 2020 to 29.5% in fall of 2024, and we are currently at 31% for fall of 25. For comparison, Hispanic students make up 29.9% of Nevada's overall population, while rural Nevada Hispanic students only makes up a ratio of 18.4%, according to the 2023 census estimates. It's a major accomplishment for Great Basin College that our Hispanic students represent a significantly larger portion compared to the broader rural Hispanic population. Initiatives also that I would like to mention are our Native American fee waiver, which has also boosted our enrollment of our Native American students. Between fall 2020 and fall 2024, we have consistently averaged between 77 and 82 enrolled Native American students. The nursing program remains the foundation of rural Nevada healthcare system. More than 92% of the graduates are employed within the state, and 82% are serving in rural communities. Notably, the program has maintained a 100% pass rate on NCLEX for 4 consecutive years, and it remains the #1 nursing program in the state of Nevada. This is a testament to our nursing faculty, academic rigor, community partners, and our dedicated students. Over the past decade, GBC has prioritized dual enrollment, expanding affordable access to higher education for students across Nevada. These opportunities strengthen college readiness, ease the transition into higher education, and promote long-term student success. This fall, our enrollment is up 173 dual-enrolled students compared to last year, reflecting our strong student demand through K-12 partnerships. While we've had significant growth in dual enrollment, we're focused on strengthening the traditional student enrollment. This includes creating clear pathways for dual enrolled students to continue into our GBC programs after graduation. The Nevada Promise Scholarship is an independent driver for this pathway. Last year, GBC received 878 applications, which is a 24% increase prior to the previous year. Building on this momentum, we are focused on leveraging the Nevada Promise Scholarship further, strengthening our traditional enrollment as a way of moving forward. Our Pell recipients at GBC have rebounded after the pandemic, resuming with steady progress. We've made a 29.4% increase in our Pell students, while encouraging more applications through FAFSA. Several factors affect our FAFSA rate. Our rural economy is closely tied to mining, where higher wages can reduce Pell eligibility. And recent enrollment growth outpaced our staffing services in financial aid. To address this, we have added new staff positions dedicated to supporting first-time students with FAFSA completion, ensuring students are able to access the financial resources they may need. GBC participates in Second Chance Pell Grant initiatives and is therefore able to offer Pell Grants to incarcerated students who have a release date of less than 5 years. We are proud of this program because we are improving the lives of these inmates. Studies have shown that students who enter these programs have a 48% rate recidivism and are more likely to be employed and have better financial outcomes. Over the last 3 years, GBC has produced 88 graduates. These graduates have a much better chance to be productive members in society because they are educated through Great Basin College. GBC has made strong progress in persistence, with notable gains among part-time students. GBC's part-time student body represents 68%. Achieving persistence rates on par with our full-time students is a significant success. Building on that momentum, GBC has established a dedicated retention department and invested in a CRM system to enhance communication, track student progress, and strengthen accountability, further supporting continued improvement. In order to capitalize and provide access to our part-time students, we now offer hybrid CTE programs. These programs enable students who are employed full-time to complete their programs in conjunction with our industry partners. The GBC Foundation continues to grow. Impact with a focus on increasing scholarship funds that directly benefit students. The upward trend in dollars distributed demonstrates the confidence of our donors and the industry partners that we have at Great Basin College, and ensures that we can offer students financial support they need to access education and complete programs. Although this year's graduation rate reflects a temporary decline, I would note that this is tied to the fall 2018 bachelor's degree cohort. GBC remains confident in a rebound with flexible expected rates to rise between 2025 and 2026 once the final numbers are reported. GBC has a strong history of consistently having higher graduation rates, underscoring our commitment to student success. While we're pleased to see the transfer rates increasing and students continuing their education, our priority is to encourage more students to stay and obtain our 14 bachelor degrees. We are focused on retaining students with those associate degrees, but we also make sure that if it's something that we don't offer or a student has a desire to be a transfer student to any of our sister institutions, that we're here to help them do so. This chart takes a moment to look at. It has a lot of lines and a lot of numbers, so I'll let you absorb that for a minute. The green line in the middle is the IPEDS graduation rate for students over the last 10 years. This is the data we saw over the last slide. We are proud to say that our Hispanic students outperform all other race ethnicity groups at GBC. As a result of this, it became obvious that we do have a significant group underperforming. These are the students known as other or other minority groups. If you look at this, you will see white and Hispanic students make up approximately 80% of our student body. Another 5% are the unknown. This leaves 15% of our student body who fall in those groups. These numbers are low, and when they're broken down, because the numbers are so low, sometimes they're really hard to identify which student population we're actually trying to identify, or the student hasn't indicated which population they fall in. As you can see, continuing education offers a significant number of non-credit courses and career training programs for all ages. The department plays a meaningful role in our community engagement and enrichment, supporting long-term success and growth in our rural communities. Summer camps allow GBC to reach young students and children across Nevada, providing experiences. For example, our partnership with DRI supported our robotics camps this summer for our children and our communities at large. They were able to come in from Ely and Winnemucca and Elko as well. Continuing education also offers personal enrichment and fitness classes. And normally when this isn't a boardroom, it's full of pickleball courts and is a very, very active space. Because GBC has such a high population of non-traditional and part-time students, completion best tells our story and our impact. As you're looking at this graph, we consistently confer more than 800 certificates and degrees each year. These are people who are then ready to enter the Nevada workforce or continue on with their education. IPED's outcome measures follow students over a long period of time, so what you're looking at is 8 years, to better tell our story of how many students are ultimately successful. Because of this 8-year time frame, the cohort is 2016-2017, and that's the data that you're looking at. Non-Pell receiving students are the 2 columns on the left, and the Pell recipients are the 2 columns on the right. GBC has made substantial improvements since 2011 to 2012 to that 2016-27 cohort that's on the right. In particular, graduates at a 4-year increased from 16 to 36% for non-Pell and 19% to 36% for Pell recipients. Students who did not graduate or continue their education are that green column at the top, and that has decreased significantly. GBC works hand in hand with industry and advisors to partner and align our programs to build a strong workforce. We've designed hybrid programs that give working adults the flexibility to upskill and advance their careers without stepping away from their jobs. Our first hybrid programs launched this fall included diesel technology in Elko and electrical and instrumentation programs in Winnemucca. With the generous support from the Nevada Tech Hub funding, GBC expanded a space that included a 10,000 square foot building in addition to our Winnemucca Center to help meet the growing needs of the workforce based on the lithium that is going to continue to grow and expand in that area. Finally, we are able to support industries through customized contract training classes, and I just would like to take a minute to highlight our NORCAT program. The GBC NORCAT is the Mine Skills Training Facility. We were the recipients of 2 rounds of funding totaling a little over $1.3 million from the Governor's Office of Economic Development. This uses cutting-edge technology, both in virtual and augmented reality, to provide new miners and safety skills training before they enter the mining sector. The Maintenance Training Cooperative, or MTC Scholarship, was established in 1994 with Nevada's mining industries and has been a vital part of our workforce tool for the past 30 years. Last year, GBC awarded more than $452,000 in MTC scholarships to students preparing for skilled trades in mining. This high-demand, highly competitive scholarship program had over 175 applicants this year, and 93 were recipients of that scholarship. This fast-paced program combines classroom learning, hands-on training, and paid internships, equipping students with the knowledge and real-world experience that the employers need as a steady pipeline of skilled workers. At this point, we've selected so many MTC students since 1994. Many of them are what we call legacy. So they either have a grandparent or parent who have also been a recipient, which tells you how successful this has been with an industry partners. Great Basin College is committed to preparing graduates who are equipped to meet the workforce needs of rural Nevada. Over the past 5 years, GBC has successfully developed programs that train students in high-demand fields, ensuring the local communities have successful and skilled professionals. The following list highlights the 5 in-demand career categories and shows the number of unique graduates at GBC and what has been produced over this time period. By focusing on these critical sectors, GBC not only supports the individual student's success, but also contributes directly to the economic growth and sustainability of our region. These charts provide a breakdown in staffing by position, type, and funding source. They offer a clear view of our personnel allocated across different roles and funding streams. You may be wondering why GBC has an 8% auxiliary. We are proud to have a large child care center with a top-tier 5-star rating, which is the highest you can get. Great Basin College plays a vital role in preparing the next generation of educators for schools across Nevada. Over the past 3 years, a total of 121 graduates from GBC's Bachelor's of Education and alternate route to licensure programs have successfully entered the workforce, bringing with them the skills, knowledge, and dedication needed to lead a classroom effectively. Notably, 87% of these graduates come from rural areas in Nevada. By equipping the students with the tools to succeed in education, GBC is helping to ensure Nevada schools have strong, capable educators who positively impact student learning and support long-term growth for communities. GBC is currently in a year 6 of a continuous improvement cycle. This fall, we will host a year 5 ad hoc visit, which was postponed last spring due to a last-minute medical emergency by our site evaluator. Significant progress has been made in addressing our recommendation number 2, which includes the development of our GBC 2025 to 2030 strategic plan and the creation of our annual mission fulfillment report, which you guys all saw and approved in June. This report provides a structured mechanism to measure and track the performance each year in achieving the goals outlined in our strategic plan. And on that note, I would entertain any questions that you might have.
Well, thank you very much for that presentation. We appreciate it. Are there any questions from Regents here at GBC? No? Are there any questions from Regents down at the system office in Las Vegas? No, I don't see any. Your presentation was so stellar, there's no questions. Great job.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with that, we're going to move on to agenda item number 14, which is public comment. Is there any public comment at the system office in Reno?
There's no public comment at this time.
Thank you. Is there any public comment at the system office in Las Vegas?
There is no public comment. Oh, is there? There is one public comment, please. Hold.
Thank you.
Go ahead, you have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Alrighty, thank you. Hello again, Regents. My name is Dylan Henson, Hinton. And before the board adjourns, I would like to ask you all once more to create an informational hearing on systemic discrimination and corruption within NSHE. Over the last 8 months, the united outcry of support among faculty, staff, and students around this issue across our system has been extraordinary. Less than a year ago, the idea that we would be openly discussing these longstanding grievances was unthinkable for many of our constituents. I have looked in the eyes of survivors when they talk about going through our systems as they are right now. There is helplessness, there is pain, and a nihilistic sense that nothing will change. For the first time in a generation, that has been shattered. Many feel empowered to speak and want to testify. They have given me their stories, supported this work, and are moving in solidarity to see us make real structured reforms. I ask that you give them a chance to speak. I know many, as well as myself, who will be willing to testify to you all with me about what the data means, how long this has persisted, as well as answer many of the questions you have. As leaders, it is our duty to serve the vulnerable and empower the silenced. There's no higher summons than to heed the call of our fellow Nevadans to eradicate this cancer that has plagued our state for far too long. I ask that you take the next step forward in doing so through holding a hearing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. There is no more public comment here in Las Vegas.
Thank you. I'm sorry, is there any public comment here in GBC? Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Regents, my name is Pete Martini, M-A-R-T-I-N-I. I'm an associate professor of psychology and the president of Nevada State's NFA chapter. Tomorrow, you are going to review an item number 29, where you will discuss post-tenure review for faculty in our system. I urge you, before you engage in this discussion, to look at our handbook. This system already has a robust system of post-tenure review. Every faculty member who works a full-time position within NSHE is evaluated on scholarship, teaching, and service annually, whether they are promoted or not. Chapter 6 is a robust chapter that outlines the myriad ways that faculty members can be removed from their positions with NSHE. We do not have an issue within this system of a lack of post-tenure review. We have a robust mechanism of post-tenure review. What I would ask you to do tomorrow is ask questions about whether or not this is a policy problem or an implementation problem. Is it that we have a policy we're not adequately using? Because the mechanism is in place, the review is in place. Faculty members annually must justify their teaching, their research, and their scholarship. So please, when you leave here tonight, take a look at our currently existing process before you come and ask questions about how it might need to change. Thank you.
Thank you. SCS, do we have any public comment on the phone?
There are no callers at this time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'm just going to take 1 second real quick. I was trying to confer with council on something, and I'm waiting for.
Yes, Chair Brooks, to answer your question, I believe because the meeting has not adjourned, you still have the ability to hear an item that's been agendized, whether it's on today's scheduled agenda or tomorrow.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So because we moved so efficiently today with getting these agenda items done, what I'd like to do, and since President Daupy has been gracious enough to make the suggestion that he provide his metrics report to the board now instead of waiting for tomorrow. So we're gonna do that, and I'll move things over so that so for tomorrow it was. Let me see. Thank you. It was agenda item number 17, and we'll hear that now, and I'll turn it over to you, President Daupy.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate it. I'll wait and see if they can queue it up real quick I'll go ahead and get started. I'm Kyle Daupy. I'm president of Western Nevada College. Thank you for having me here today. I know I didn't have much of a choice when you show up on the agenda, but I'm glad to be giving this metrics presentation because it does show the good work at WNC. We do serve more than 4,000 students, as you'll see, at 3 campuses and several partner sites. So in this presentation, I will respond to the 13 required slides for community colleges with 9 optional slides, one which is embedded, the rest of them at the end. I'll note those. And so let me see if I can do this here without pausing it. So as you can see, our 10-year fall enrollment has kind of gone up and down a little bit, but when you've heard me in the past say we are up to the highest enrollment levels in more than 10 years, it's even 12 years off this chart, we're at 42,084 students as of fall of 24. That is a large increase, the largest enrollment. It actually represents, if you do the math from the fall 2016, it's a 20% growth. And even further, it's 29%. And so we continue to grow, and I'm going to show you where those numbers are. But I feel very sustainable at about the 4,000 student mark. Not that we're going to turn anyone away, but if we did lose a few off of this, we can still not be in a need to run out and find more students. We're doing pretty good in that space. As far as the fall 24 enrollment by race and ethnicity, You can see where the numbers are. That has changed quite a bit. We are an HSI. We reached HSI status a couple years ago. We are not a recipient of any of the HSI grants, but you can see where the numbers lie there. Some of the smaller categories with minimal percentages represent 1 or 2 students, so the numbers get thrown off when there's a change one way or the other, but you can see where we are on that. No comparison there, but on this one, there is a comparison. So when we go to Pell and non-Pell categories, we remain fairly flat over the last few years for students receiving Pell grants, and there's a number of reasons for that. I'm going to just throw out a couple. One of the things is we have a very robust scholarship program. We provide opportunities for students to apply for a range of scholarships through a single application. I'll show you a slide on that later. We also have a large number of high school students who make up our head count. And so that high school students, of course, don't need to consider Pell until they're out. And we also have worked to implement the Promise Scholarship as have the other institutions. So somewhat flat, but in a good place for us as far as Pell Grant. The next slide is the big one. And this is our 10-year dual enrollment credit. And you can see the numbers there. That is actually credit enrollment, but the numbers on the screen are head count. You can see how that has ballooned up. If you remember, if you happen to be a former state senator or a former governor, you might remember, or any other legislative official from back in 2017 session, Senate Bill 19 required the school districts to provide dual enrollment opportunities using the higher ed system, which we have done very well at Western. That is a huge spike for us in dual enrollment. And what does that mean? The next slide, which I call the Pac-Man slide, for those of you who remember the game, has gone from a closed mouth to a wide mouth. On the left, we have the dual enrollment from 2014, where you see 93% of our students were not dual enrollment and 7% were. And then on the right, you can see how that has shifted. Currently, 45% of our head count are dually enrolled students. The blue is non-dual enrollment. The orange and yellow is all of our dual enrollment, with the yellow representing our Jump Start program, which is a program specifically designed to have students progress through high school and earn a college credential on the way out. So that is a very big number. It is one of those things that keeps me up at night, because the demographic cliff that we've heard, where high school student populations are going to diminish, will affect our enrollment. Enrollments affect budget, and so on and so forth. We'll talk a little bit on some of the ending slides about diversifying that and attracting more non-high school students. One quick thing to note, though, however, 45% of our head count represent high school students. The weighted student credit hours from this population are at 23%. So because they tend to take classes that are weighted at a 1, like English and math, and some of the initial classes that they would take first semester of college. So it's an impact on our head count, not as much on our weighted student credit hours. Our persistence rates, I consider them fairly good. I'm envious of my colleague who presented before me, because I believe her part-time rates were quite a bit higher. We are ahead of the national average on full-time student persistence rates, but we are behind the national average on the blue chart. You can see the part-time rate. We work to do more with our part-time students. They represent 75% of our students, so we want to make sure we're helping them. So we've begun to put some wraparounds on specifically targeting part-time students. And when I talk about part-time students at Western, part-time student is defined as anyone less than 12 credits. At our institution, it's actually the majority of those students are only taking 3 to 6 credits, so they are part-time. They're taking 1 or 2 classes, and so anything we can do to keep them going helps us with completion rates and helps them meet their educational goal. When we look at transfer out rates and graduation rates, our IPEDS graduation rate, 150% graduation rate as it's defined by IPEDS, is 41%. That is a few percentage points over the national average. Our transfer out rate is shown in the blue. So I'm pretty proud of that. We have increased since, and I'm looking at the chart, it's since 2020 when we had a decline there, but it's gone up quite a bit above the national average for our graduation rates. The next one, this is a required slide. This one is an optional slide that we threw in because the IPEDS rate does not get all of our students. IPEDS is defined as first-time, full-time students only. That is the yellow graph here on this one, 41% that you saw on the previous slide. But if I throw in dual enrollment students who get a degree in high school, I throw in transfer out students, I throw in continuing students, I throw in part-time students, those groups of students that eventually earn a degree or certificate, we get 45%, so it bumps us up a little bit more. So we're proud of that number. Most students are achieving some goal that they want. When we go on to the next slide, you'll see some differences on why. I'll explain why students may not also get counted in this rate. This is our graduation rate performance. We chose as the performance gap, the requirement for the metrics asked us to take a certain performance gap, identify it, and explain it. Well, identifying it's easy to do, explaining it not so much, but we noticed in this current immediate past academic year that there was a deviation from our male and female students on graduation rates. It looks significant on there. This population, again, is the IPEDS cohort, so it is a very small number of students, relatively speaking. We're in the 300, 400 range. But in the 23-24 year, everybody was at the same graduation rate, and in 24-25, they separated. So the average is 41, with female students being at 49.5 and male students at 29.9%, about 30%. The initial reasons behind that, we started tracking degrees that students were pursuing. Female students seem to be pursuing more liberal arts degrees, which tend to lead to a credential that is counted in the IPEDS, and the male students are in more of a CTE track that could lead to a skills certificate and some maybe just industry credentials that are not counted, and so we believe that is what's skewing the gap, but we're continuing to look into that to see why. But again, it's a small number of students, but it is pretty obvious when you look at it when it's plotted on a graph like this. Number of students earning degrees or certificates, the numbers there are pretty consistent with that giant spike in 1920, which I'll admit is my fault because when I started at Western 6 years ago, we were lacking a program that was in high demand. So we started a skills certificate and a certificate of achievement as well as an associate degree for our apprenticeship programs, which had not been in place. And then many of the apprentices jumped at the certificate and the skill certificate, which from pulling some credits from the past. So there's a spike in that academic year 1920, but then it levels back out after those degrees were awarded to we're about the same. Trailed off a little bit in this 2 years ago, the last rate, but we've actually come back up a little bit in the year will be reported next year. This graphic, which is probably the most difficult one in the whole presentation, from all of them that I've seen, even from my colleagues, shows our outcome measures from IPEDS, and this one I'm going to dive into my notes just a little bit. So if you look at the far left graphic, that is the academic year 11-12 Pell Grant outcome measures, and you jump to the third one from the left, which is the mirroring one for this going forward, the years that are measured. There is an increase there, so we have doubled grad rates for Pell students from academic year 12 to 17. We've nearly doubled it for non-Pell students as well. So there's increases. If you sum up the dark blue, the yellowish gold, and the orange, those are the graduation rates, and you compare that from the Pell to Pell and non-Pell to non-Pell, there is a significant jump there. And so those are what was asked to be measured, and we are doing significantly better in those as moving forward. In-demand occupations, another required slide. We chose manufacturing, business, nursing, CIT, which is computer information technology and education. We continue to grow those programs and completers, and the reason we chose those, education is in the governor's plan, plus we all know we need teachers. Nursing has continued to be a priority. Of course, we all know we need nurses. Manufacturing, CIT and CIT are go-ed priorities for the state. We all know the manufacturing's here. And then we chose business as well because we do have a 4-year business degree, an associate of business degree, but business tends to support all of that ecosystem, so we chose that one to measure. And for those of you remember, if you read the memo on the metrics, all of this is next year and the year after and going on until it gets changed again. So you'll see new numbers on these, but these number of degrees and certificates in these areas will be reported on but continue to grow. At the time this presentation had to be in for deadline, we did not have our final letter for the Northwest Commission. We went through our year 7 review, which is an on-site visit that follows the submission of our EIE report, which is evaluation of institutional effectiveness. The accreditors came on campus, the evaluators came on campus in April. They produced a visit, they produced a report. And then I had to go in front of the commission, Northwest Commission, in July. They sign off on it. We speak to the recommendations. And then they just sent me the letter the week or two after this presentation was due. So I don't have the details on this slide. I do have them. I won't read them to you because it'll show up next year when we start working on it and deciphering what needs to be done. But I will report, as is a requirement of the slide, that the accreditation at Western Nevada College was reaffirmed for another 6-year term. We did receive more commendations than recommendations. We do have some recommendations. There's 5 of them on the list. I want to say 3 of them are going to be easy. One's going to be a little complicated, or two of them require a little bit more work, but we have nothing that is, I consider a grave concern. I do have that document. It's getting posted on our website. It comes in the form of a formal letter from the Northwest. But we have restarted or will restart shortly, our first year for our next 7-year cycle, and we're off to the races. I think I went too far. Let's go back one. So the staffing overview that was asked for, you can see the employee breakdown there. I will note there are, on the left side, there are the FTE breakdown by employee types, and then there's the funding source. So I'll just let you guys digest this one, look at it, and if you have any questions, you can let me know. That's where we are. That was what was asked for, and these are positions, not they're positions. Some of them have employees, but some of them are vacant that we're searching for. But if it was a position as of July 1 on our books this year, it's on this graphic. That's the end of the required slides. So the ones that I threw in at the end, I've got a couple more here. The foundation, I wanted to show the good work our foundation is doing, raising money for students. A lot of this comes in scholarships. A lot of it is for advancement work to start new programs. We funded a CDL program, which is one of our non-credit programs. We started it up completely out of non-state funds. It still runs on non-state funds. The only way we could have done that is with non-state funds. As we just heard in the couple presentations back, there are not a whole lot of state funds, and so advancement helps us start new programs. It's very important to me, having spent almost 8 years in fundraising at multiple levels, that the foundation work is seen as work that is done to advance the institution, to support students through scholarships, to bring down grants, to start up programs which will sustain themselves, but not a mechanism to plug holes in any budget at any given point in time. Although some of it could be used for that, we like to say it's a way to move it forward because of lack of funding from other sources, limited funding from other sources. I also wanted to mention our prison program annual enrollment and awards. You can see in the blue, this is our head count. We have very small numbers, but they actually earn a lot of awards because multiple awards. Some students may get a skills certificate, and an associate degree in one thing like welding or business. This program is state funded. We work with the 2 prisons in Carson City. The picture here is our instructor up front with some of the students from Stewart Camp. In the background, you see the word Express. That's our mobile lab. We drove the mobile lab down there, and they're able to come out and go into the mobile lab and learn advanced manufacturing. So currently, I've got 5 projects in place on different campuses. I'm going to share 3 of them with you. The Fallon campus has 3 buildings. One of those buildings is currently being retrofitted or renovated to accommodate our nursing program, which has been displaced since the middle of the pandemic, as well as expand some health sciences. And so what I'm showing on this graphic is 5 years of programs, some of which have gone away and now will come back once we have the renovation done in the Fallon. So one of our buildings in Fallon, the Pinion Building, has received a $2.3 million federal grant, which I have spoken of because it's a couple years now in the federal budget. So a federal directed appropriation for $2.3 million. We received just under $1 million from the Pennington Foundation, another $30,000 from the E.L. Cord Foundation. We have some college money we will throw into it. This will be just about a $5 million renovation of a building in Fallon to support expanded allied health programs. What does that mean? It means that the 4 things you see at the bottom will come back to life going forward. Our nursing program, which is now 16 total, 8 first year, 8 second year, will grow to 16. And again, we're 2 or 3 years out. We've just started developing the plans for this, but it'll have a huge impact on the number of seats at our Fallon campus and serving rural communities. And again, we did this with federal and private money and a little bit of college money thrown in when we run short. A very similar situation, again, the numbers on this one, the memo says if we provide something that's optional, we have to report it for 6 years, so I'm hoping next year looks better than this one. Probably 2 years out, it'll look even better. Our Douglas campus, which sits in Minden, has been very difficult to raise any enrollment at because it's a short drive to Carson City. But what we found out several years ago was that there are several students, dozen, one semester, now there's like 27, that drive from Carson Valley to Carson City to take nursing classes. And so we said, what if we looked at this campus a little bit differently? And instead of gen ed with some nursing and biology, what if we put only allied health in there and then expanded back to some gen ed and some CTE, but let's make the core of it allied health. So for this one, we feel very fortunate to have received, this is all federal money, $4.6 million. Some of the mechanics on making this work have already come through the board in previous meetings through the Business Finance and Facility Committee, but we will renovate this campus, one building, renovate it to allied health programs. This money has to be spent by the end of 2028. Fallon, which was previous, is 27, so we're in the next 3 or 4 years, we'll have all of this done. And then we will continue to expand programs. EMS, phlebotomy, certified nursing will begin to be added to this campus. And the nursing cohort, which is now 0, there's 8 nursing students from Douglas County, but they're not necessarily at that campus. But we will go from 0 to 16 students. And what that does, if students are not having to drive from Fallon because there wasn't a seat there, or Carson Valley because there was no program there, to Carson, if they're able to stay in their hometowns, they will provide services for the hospital there. They won't have to drive, and it frees up seats at our Carson campus, so we have naturally expanded nursing. And coupled with this, I should mention, even though it's not directly related to the money we're spending here, but the money that was appropriated from the state, 375 and whatever the latest bill was, that'll support the program development and the faculty that'll help build these programs up, because with more students, we need more faculty. So the federal money does the facility, the state money's doing the programming and the faculty. I pushed the wrong button, no, there it is, okay. So the last piece I want to mention on kind of expansions is our Fernley expansion. We do not have a building in Fernley. We borrow some space from Dieter, we share some space, but we did recently receive just shy of $600,000, we'll call it 600 just for good measure, $600,000 from the Governor's Office of Economic Development to build out a battery recycling program. So we already have classes in Fernley. We have a good Jumpstart dual enrollment program there, but we are partnering with local businesses there to offer and set up our battery recycling program in Fernley. So this program, battery recycling, Douglas campus, nursing and allied health, Fallon campus, nursing and allied health, in addition to all the other things we offer at those sites, will naturally, hopefully, build up our enrollment, and that'll be in the non-high school students population, so that we are rebalancing that portfolio to not be as heavy as on dual enrollment students. Not that we don't appreciate the dual enrollment students, not that we are looking for ways to not serve, we will continue to serve, but we are also looking at ways to expand to what we call non-high school students, which is everybody else. All that good news always comes down to deferred maintenance. Once you have more things, you have more things to fix. So just as a note, I put this up here because deferred maintenance is one of those things that we are constantly talking about, and my institution is running at about $16 million in deferred maintenance right now. That number is more than the entire appropriation from the state to the whole system, just for my campus. And so I look at my colleagues, everybody else has probably more square footage than I do, and yet it doesn't go hardly anywhere. And so although we appreciate that $15 million from the state, we get $500,000, $250 a year, but we are looking at significant deferred maintenance. Renovating buildings is good, but we've had to find separate appropriations on that. But it's something to say, if you ask me as a president, what keeps me up at night, a lot of it's going to be, I want to make sure this staircase gets done, which it did, which is good. But when a staircase fails because it's crumbling, that's $100,000 right there. And when a boiler breaks like it did last week in Fallon, I've got another building that's got a $2 million repair. That money has to come from somewhere. And it's not, we do no longer, as you just heard, under the current appropriations formula, we don't get any kind of allocation carve out for facilities, with the exception of the deferred maintenance money that's off the HECS funds, but it doesn't go very far when you have aging buildings. So that's an awareness piece, which I can guarantee you I'm going to be able to report on for the next 6 years. The next one, I got just a couple more, and then I will be done. So non-credit by enrollment type, this is head count. Sorry that that's not on there, just so you can see we are growing our non-credit. The light blue is professional development, not much there because some of that goes into the credit-based classes. We have career training, community education, and then the totals is the orange. And so the truck driver school, CDL, is one of those programs that we've got in the career training bucket. I also wanted to show this one. I think it's important to show instructional modality. The graph on the far right goes down because our number of sections has actually declined because we've become more efficient with.
The conference is about to end.
And that is my cue. No. So running, I love that. We're running fewer sections, but they're more efficient because there's more students in them. The traditional bucket, the blue one, is the one I want you to look at because that is coming down, as you can see, because the other two, the orange and the yellow, are growing. We actually broke out the online, but the orange is non-traditional, and in this particular instance has to do with classes that might be open entry, online asynchronous, 4-week, 8-week, different variations of our traditional schedule of 16-week classes in person. So we're actually diversifying the way that we offer classes, the modality, so that students have more options, and we hope that that gets more students who are non-high school students, career people looking to ways to upgrade will come into classes. And so with that, I will end the conference with a big thank you, and I'll answer any questions if you've got them.
Thank you very much. Again, we appreciate that you would move this item from tomorrow till today since we had the time. Are there any questions for President Dalby? No? Let me just, real quick, President, before you leave the podium, let me double check with Las Vegas. Are there any questions with Regents in the system office in Las Vegas?
No, good, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, President. We appreciate your time and the presentation. And with that, I'll just do a quick administrative reminder that immediately after recessing this meeting, there is a reception in the Reynolds Amphitheater. And so it's for everybody, so please enjoy some time with one another outside of this room. And now we'll recess this meeting until 9 a.m. Tomorrow morning. Thank you.